Good day, YouTube land. It's my first broadcast. I hope it won't be my last. Just to say that if this channel goes down, I should be using other platforms, as I do believe in free speech and the speech of everybody else. I welcome everyone in the chat who's there, and shortly I should be having my very first special guest. Just to say that if you have any questions, you can leave them in the chat. It'd be greatly appreciated. Just bear with me while I set myself. Thank you. Here we are. Okay, so why I started this channel. Welcome to everybody. As I said, good day to YouTube land. I hope everyone's well. I've been on YouTube for a long time now and felt compelled to come and say my piece and to offer a voice to other people who have been in lockdown for the last year. I would love to hear your stories and how you're coping. And as I said, I'm waiting for my first guest to come on, and we should be starting the show. In the meantime, I'd just like to give you a little bit of background about who I am. My name's Steve, and some people call me Even Stevens, and that's because I have a pretty balanced view on life. And the last year, we've seen a lot of changes. A lot of freedom's been taken away from us, and this is not a good thing, really. There are lots of things that I can say, but as I said, I've opened this channel because I believe that people have a voice, and I want to hear how they're coping in this great lockdown reset, whatever you want to call it. Just checking on the comments. Okay, so you can hear me okay out there. hope my first guest hasn't got cold feet, as he's a very special guest to me. He's actually my grandson of 9 years old. Well, I hope he's 9 years old. And if he's not, I'm sure he'll correct me. Hope everyone's doing fine out there. I know there's a lot of people out there who are very confused and who are suffering through this pandemic. And like I said, I want to hear everyone's story, how everyone's coping, keeping fit, keeping mentally fit. Also, if you're a shopkeeper and you're having difficulties opening up because the authorities are telling you that you're not allowed to open, I want to hear from you, because I do believe that you've got fundamental human right to open up, as we are all essential. Whether you're a shopkeeper or just someone who's not able to go to work because of this lockdown. I myself been trying to keep fit, do regular walking. I do find this quite relaxing also, walking in the nature and hearing the birds. I think this is fundamental for everyone to do, as much so mentally, keep mentally fit. And those who don't know me, I do have a SoundCloud channel, and the links are in the description. And I do find that music is very good for your mental state. As I believe that most people should have something to keep them occupied during lockdown and these very cold winter days and evenings. If Kieran's out there, you want to jump on? I'm waiting for you, mate. Hojo, Hojo, Andy Pandy, Magic. Good. Glad that wasn't a rude username. It says music is magic. Definitely agree with that. Definitely, music is music for the soul, and it does keep me on an even keel. Again, I started this stream because for a long time I haven't been watching the mainstream media, and as you know, they don't portray the whole truth, very biased, and they have an agenda, shall we say. And for the most part, since I haven't been watching the mainstream, I felt 100% better. And I suppose that's why a lot of people on the tube are here. And would love to hear your comments. Playbot says, how do I join this in my main channel? If you go to Cosmic Capers on the YouTube, you will see a link in the About. In there you'll see my SoundCloud and the Discord that I have. And there's also call into the show. If you click on the link, that will take you to StreamYard, and you sign in with your YouTube account. And I will see you from this end. And and then you can join in. Okay. Okay, so there is a story behind this channel. I actually started with another channel called Mabakaka, and he was doing live stream around Tiffany Dover, and that's how I found his channel. He was offering live stream chats, and I joined his live stream chats and found it most invigorating. The subject matters that we was talking about wasn't just about Tiffany Dover, though the whole point of that was to keep her memory alive, because as you know, no one knows what happened to her after she had the jab, apart from fainting, obviously, and the fact that maybe there was an NDA signed, and that's why none of her family can't speak on her behalf. So from that channel, I was asked to head one of the channels, a live chat. But after thinking about it, I decided I didn't want to do that. And through some other courses of action, I thought it would be prudent for me to do my own channel, as I got some good feedback. Some not so good feedback. On the whole, it was good. And like I said, I really appreciated the responses from other people that joined in the chat. And like I said, I learned a lot. I'm plus 50, and I'm learning every day. And I think it's good. I think it's good. I think if you stop learning, you stop living, really. And I love hearing other people's point of view. We had people from Germany, India, Holland, Greece, all over, really. A bit of a United Nations. And it was great to get the perspective from everyone. Okay. I think my first guest got cold feet. I'm just going to ring him up. Let's see, live. We're doing live. We're doing it live. Again, if anyone else wants to jump on and have a chat, you're more than welcome. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm live.
I know we're watching you.
Where's Kiki? I didn't hear that.
They watch it my main channel.
You have to come on. You have to come on my channel.
Yeah, but I'm not
Right. As I said, you want to join the stream, you have to get on my channel, Cosmic Capers, and click on the about, click on the call the live show, and I'll be able to see you. Okay. Alright, see you in a bit. Bye. There you go, it's live, folks. All these things happen. One good thing I will say, it appears that most people, or say majority of people, realise that this is a big scam. And the way I would equate it to would be, if you were sat at home and you received a call a phone call from India, and someone on the other end of the end said, "Excuse me, you've got a virus on your machine," and they managed to get on your machine and try to remove something that wasn't there and get you to pay for it. That's what's happening now. Someone's trying to convince everybody that there's a deadly disease out that we all know if you're fit and healthy, 99.7% of people won't be affected by this. Obviously, we know those with immunocompromised problems do find it hard. But I've stated, and I'll stand my ground, and I'll say it, that we should have only protected those people that needed protecting, and the healthy should have been left to carry on living. As I said, we're all in lockdown now, but most people don't go out because there's nothing to do. The cinemas are closed, the clubs are closed, the pubs are closed, and Bojo even said, "Oh, we're going to open the pubs, but we're not going to serve drinks." Okay, how does that make sense? It's a crazy, crazy world. Absolutely. How to get their Discord? Okay. I might burst into song in a minute now. How do I join the chat? Is there StreamYards? Right, okay. Bear with me. How's the picture looking? Is the sound good? Not coming up too low, too hot? Oh, bit magic here. Two of me now. What's going on there? Maybe I can have a conversation with myself. Hello, Steve. How are you? I'm fine. How are you dealing with the lockdown? Oh, you know, like everybody else, day by day. That's enough of that. Those of you who wondered about the guitar in the background, it is my guitar. I don't play very well, but I'm practicing. By the time we come out of lockdown, I shall be playing like Jimi Hendrix. I wished. No problem, northwest wind. You're more than welcome to jump on anytime. Yes. My guests are alright. Oh, I see something wrong. Okay, let's have a look. Join Discord. According to the show. Oh, yes, he's right. Invite a guest. Here we go. Right. Now, I need to update this. Customize. Okay. Trying to call. Okay, I've sent a new link and I've updated it on YouTube, so it should be working now. Yep.
Hello.
Yeah, I've updated the link now.
Alright, I think Kieran's managed to sort it. Yeah, he was shouting, he's got ya.
All right then, I should see him in a bit then.
See ya.
Cheers, bye. Love you.
Love ya.
Families. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Ah, I think there's a knock at the door. Who could it be? Could it be my grandson?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Good, how are you? Good?
I'm fine. How's you?
Yeah.
Let's just sort this out. How's your day been?
Yeah.
What have you been up to?
It's lagging a bit.
You haven't been making more any Amazon forests out of chocolate and marzipan.
Yeah.
That was lovely.
Yeah.
Got a good few views for that.
Yeah.
Have you had it marked from school yet? And more importantly, you've got to eat it.
I couldn't eat.
Say again?
What did you eat?
No, you didn't. Can you say again?
What did I couldn't eat.
Let's see. I've got to put my headphones in. I mean, you're not going into school, so how did they mark it?
We have an app on the laptop.
Ah, I see. Okay, cool. So, what do you think about this lockdown? What's the worst thing about the lockdown for you?
That I can't see my friends or anything.
Oh, how are they coping?
But yeah, they're coping good. But I've still got them on WhatsApp.
Oh, that's good. But are they waiting for it to finish when the sunshine comes out?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you know when you're going back to school?
No, not really.
That's not good.
Yeah.
So how do you say you chat to them on WhatsApp?
It's basically like Discord.
Oh, I see. So you can do voice chat as well?
Yeah.
That's good.
You can do video calls, and everything.
Well, that's good. And it's all free.
Yeah.
That's good. What about exercise? Because I know before the lockdown, and they shut everything. We used to do a lot of things, swimming. Was it Taiwanjo? Taiwanjo? So,
Krav
used to
Maga.
do- Krav Maga. Sorry, that's it. Yeah, you used to do a lot of things, didn't you?
Yeah.
Are you missing those things now?
Yeah. A little.
Which one the most, swimming or the other one?
Probably Krav Maga.
Krav Maga. What did you get to? What belt?
Do you want me to show you all my belts?
Tell you your belts. Yeah, you can tell me. I thought you got up to, I think the last colour I remember is brown, if I'm not mistaken.
I haven't got.
Are you working towards your brown?
Yeah. Should I show you them? Shall I turn my camera on and show you?
Say again?
Will I turn my camera on and show you?
Yeah, you can do.
Hey, I'm on this ball blue.
That's blue.
That's the one.
So how many have you got altogether?
I've got 8 so far.
This is my first live stream. Things are going to go wrong, obviously. People are complaining of the sound. Can you hear me okay, Kieran?
Yeah.
Cool. Not too loud, not too soft?
Yeah.
Good. So you say how many belts have you got
I've got
altogether?
8 belts. 8 belts in total.
8. Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
And how many are there left?
I think there's still a lot. There's like 5 more left.
5. And
Yeah.
then do you become a master?
Yeah.
Wow. I'll have to call you Master Kieran. Won't be messing with you.
Yes.
What do your friends think of it?
I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, what does your friends think of
Uh,
your belts,
Yeah.
of your Krav Maga?
Yeah, they're impressed. Well, in fact, I got them in, like Krav Maga for about a week, and then yeah, they didn't like it.
Are they not wanting to do it themselves? Is it hard to start?
No, they don't like it.
They don't.
No.
What, they don't like exercising?
Well, they do like exercise. They just don't like all the belts and punches and kicks and stuff.
I suppose it's too disciplined, and you have to be there every. Is it we go every once a week or twice? It was twice, wasn't it?
And so we just go once a week on Thursday.
Okay. Well, once a week is not a lot of time to dedicate yourself to give yourself the tools to protect yourself.
Yeah, but you go in there an hour, and you have to practice at home.
Sure, that's obviously expected. Anything you learn, you have to practice, because you know what practice makes.
Yeah, practice makes perfect.
Makes perfect. That's right. That's my grandson. Oh dear. Okay. Are you all right for us to talk?
Yeah.
When's your bedtime?
Probably like 8.
So how comes you was up late the other day? I'm not going to dub you in. Don't worry. Could you not sleep that night? At
No,
night?
and I can stay up a little bit on the
And
weekend.
your mum knew.
Yeah, my mom knows. My mom knows. He lets me stay up a little bit when it's Friday days.
Well, it's not like you have to get up early for school the next day. I mean, I know your mum does your homeschooling.
Yeah.
What's that time? What time does that start?
You can start it whenever, but you have to hand it in by 3:30.
Oh, so there's a deadline.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. So if you do an early start, you can finish early and have the rest of the day for yourself.
Yeah.
Cool. And what apart from the project that you do, what's the things that you're doing now? Doing history or anything?
I'm doing fractions and rainforest.
Fractions and
Rainforest.
and rainforest. Well, you know the rainforest are going down by fractions. You know, half of the rainforest left now.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so should we bring on a guest, or do you want to talk just me and you?
I don't mind.
You don't mind? Okay, I think it'd be interesting to bring someone else. Let's have a look. Someone knocking at the door. Who could it be? It's AZ Nurse or Z Nurse. Hello. Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Excellent. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
I'm well too. Hi, Kieran.
You glitch in that nurse.
Have you met before?
No.
It's my grandson. I said he was 9, but I wasn't sure. Are you 9, Kieran?
Yeah.
And your birthday's this year, isn't it? In June?
Yeah.
June. Yeah. What's the date?
June
I'll put it. June
3rd.
the 3rd. I'll put it in my diary. I'll write that down. 3rd of June. And then you'll be Big 10.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a big number.
It is a big number. It's a decade. A whole decade.
Yep.
I only got another 4 more to catch up with Grandad. Not that you're looking forward to that. You should enjoy your young age while you can, because it goes so quick. Isn't that right, Z Nurse?
That is true. Very true.
Especially so when you have children.
That's when it really speeds up.
It does. It's like zoom. Just zooms by.
Yeah.
You blink and you miss it.
Absolutely. Cherish the time every day.
Yours have all flown the nest.
Oh yes, they have. My youngest is turning 19 any day now.
Excellent.
Yeah. But
I said to you missed them.
Absolutely.
But I'm just telling you, when the grandkids come, you'll be singing another tune.
I look forward to it. I can wait a bit, but I do look forward to it.
That's good. So just for people out there, did you want to tell anyone out there about yourself, or just say that you're a nurse?
I'm a nurse.
Was a nurse?
Technically, I'm still a nurse, licensed and all, but I'm not employed because I didn't want to take or give a certain jab. So
yeah,
that's my story. I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I have a lot of hobbies, so it works out.
Well, what I was going to say, you said you were thinking of studying.
Yeah, I live close to a really nice college, so I just found my transcripts. I have a really nice GPA there. Before I was in nursing school, I was getting a sociology degree, so it wouldn't take very much time to finish that right up.
Well, it's not like you haven't got time.
That's one thing I have tons of these days.
Mm-hmm. That's good. Do you have to travel far to get to shops and things like that?
With this lockdown,
yeah,
it's everything is. We get a lot of stuff delivered.
Yes, there is that option.
Yeah, they've set it up so it's really easy to just, have your stuff, because they don't want anyone talking to anyone or face to face with anyone, or,
Isn't
We
that
have
the truth? But don't
Yeah.
we need human contact, though? Really, it's
Absolutely. We're
important.
social beings. We need to be able to talk to people, face people, see their faces, see their expression. That's how we read people. And, it's made a huge change in everything in our society. It's very strange to watch happen.
And it's not for the good.
No, not.
And maybe Kieran can tell me this. I saw a new news report where they're taking away desks away, and they want children to kneel for hours on top of their lunch boxes so they don't infect things. That's crazy.
Why would they want that?
Why?
Yeah, literally. It's not like we're going to infect things just because we've got a desk.
Well, I know that, and you know that. But like I said, I'm not saying this is going to happen. This is what I heard.
Okay.
Yeah. It would be a silly idea. Like you said, what's the point?
What is the point, I wonder?
I think it's like servitude. You get kids kneeling down all day, not touching anything. It's very humiliating, demoralizing.
Yeah, it teaches people that everyone is dangerous and infected, and they're
This
not.
is it. Exactly. It's to make them feel like they're gonna hurt their grandparents because they're immune.
I think it's more harmful to the grandparents to not hug them than to hug them.
Yeah, we're social beings, as you said. We're human beings and doing human doings. At the moment, they've got us all locked down.
Wow.
If Kieran was here, I'd give him a hug. Would you give me a hug, Kieran, if he was here? Would you be frightened of killing me? He's not listening. Or he's not answering. He's being diplomatic. Good lad. But like I said to you before, go on, yeah.
I was gonna ask what year of schooling he's in.
Oh, they have different grades.
Year 5.
Oh, nice. I don't remember my 5th grade year, but it's been a while.
Would you call it junior?
No,
When you're 9.
not here, but I don't know.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, I wouldn't be frightened to take a hug from anyone. At the end of the day, we all have the right to choose how we live. And if you want to walk around with a mask, that's your freedom to do so. But you shouldn't inflict your opinion on anyone else. But this is what's happening. They're saying, "Oh, you're a bad person because you're not putting a mask on, or you're not doing this." But I refuse.
Me too.
Refuse.
Yeah, that makes shopping difficult.
It does. That's hence the shopping online.
Yeah, delivery.
Yep, and a certain individual making a killing.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of them, but meanwhile,
But
the little guys are going under.
Yep, yeah, it's the little guys that are suffering. That's what I said. There need to be more people that stand up.
Yeah, I read somewhere that 60%, and this was like a few weeks ago, so it's maybe more, but 60% of all the restaurants on Yelp are gone for good in this country.
That makes sense.
That's a lot of restaurants.
It doesn't make sense, but if you're going to close people down and there's no one to shop, what else are you going to do? And the fact is, they give the license they give a license to all the film companies to set up outdoor eating. I think that's how some people got around it. They set up their own little home studio, lights and camera for hairdressers, for example, and they're saying, "Oh, we're a production unit, so we can stay open." And that's the kind of stories that I like to hear.
They did, like, I guess, a partial opening. If you're a restaurant and you have outdoor seating, then you can open there. Or if you're a bar and you can serve food outside. It's really weird, arbitrary rules here, but you know, I think they're doing a partial opening for Valentine's Day as well.
Really? I haven't heard that one.
25% capacity opening. So you can
That's
you can fill up your establishment 25%.
25%. Yeah, well, they're the rules they were given out before. Like I said, it's really hard to. How can you? I mean, even when we were 100% allowed,
No, I don't know
they
how
were
they can
still
afford it.
struggling. Yeah, the margins are so slight that 25% is not even going to cover the extras.
Yeah, they have to pay the staff. They need a cook. They need a server. They need, you know, there's a lot to go into that. And
Yeah, it does feel like they're being penalised. They're being victimised. It does.
I think we had a good thing going before. I don't know why you want to bring it all down, but I guess
We
we'll find
mean
out.
before
Yeah,
pre-pandemic?
pre-pandemic, we had businesses and restaurants, and people could go places.
Oh, we had the freedoms. You know, sometimes you don't know what you lost until it's gone, and I think
That is,
that's what's
that's
happening
true.
now.
That is a very true statement.
I just had a comment. What's wrong with your mic? Am I coming really loud? Maybe I need to speak softer. Anyone? Zed, Nurse, Kieran? He said I was fine.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not distorted.
No, I don't. I hear a slight echo, but that might be my fault.
Well, it might be mine, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can hear me, that's the main thing. Like I said, thanks for coming on. Appreciated. How's your day been so far?
I had some technical difficulties with my computer.
Oh, it's join the club. Join the club. I had to re-stream the StreamYard because the link was. I think it goes out of date after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I couldn't get in for a while. I was trying to figure out how.
So, go on, Karen. I was going to ask you a question, but if you've got something to say,
No,
fire
I was
away.
saying me too. I couldn't get in at first.
Yes, I was waiting for you. I was sitting here. Where's Kieran? I had to ring his mum and everything. But it was the links. It wasn't your fault. So you can blame me. Blame Grandad. That's always a good plan. So did you hear my music?
Yeah.
What do you think of it? Rubbish.
Good. Did you create that?
Which one? Well, go on.
All of them.
Well, I didn't create all of them. Say the ones that have got the singing in and things like that were just remixes, but the ones that are just music and they've got little sound bites in from movies, they're the ones that I made.
Oh, that's great. You're good at that.
You like music too?
Yeah.
Didn't you have a keyboard?
Yeah, I have a keyboard.
But you prefer listening. And a guitar? I thought you had a guitar.
No, that was the schools. They let us borrow it for guitar lessons.
Oh, I see. Well, you've got lots of hobbies, but you know, I think your Krav Maga is more important, but you can't do that now.
Yeah.
Do you know, have they said to you when they're going to open up? In the summer.
Well, they've been like open, closed. Like last month, they were opening like 7 times and then closing.
Yeah, it's typical, isn't it? They open it and close it, open it and close it. They build up your hopes and they dash them again. And the same for the swimming.
Yeah.
I think we should, like I said, we should have a great reopening and forget about what the government says. Look after the sick, make sure they're looked after, and let the healthy people carry on with their lives. What do you say to that, Kieran?
Facts.
Say again?
It's facts.
It's facts. I'm glad you said that. You're agreeing with me there. That's good.
Is that what he said? Maybe I heard something else. But I agree with Kieran.
Yes. Smart lad. Kieran, did you ever hear Billy? Billy the Kid?
Yeah.
Or Billy's the Greatest?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had to leave the Discord. We don't know why. We think we know. But he was building his own garden. He was going to grow some potatoes, sweet potatoes.
That's good.
Yeah, it is. Are you interested in growing things?
Well, I have got like a little plant in my room.
You have.
Yeah.
You know, you can start them from home. You can in a little pot.
Yeah.
Well, I know what they used to do at school. For me, was the watercress, and then they got us to boil eggs, and then made a egg and cress sandwich.
Yeah.
But it's useful because you can do most things, herbs and and little vegetables. What's your favourite? What if you could grow something that you liked? What would it be?
Does it have to be vegetable?
Well, you can't grow cows in a pot. I don't think. Or, you know, a burger. Can't grow have a burger tree. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Go on then. What would you grow? Is it because you don't like vegetables? That's what it is.
No, I don't like vegetables.
But you know they're good for you.
Yeah.
And Zed Nurse would tell you they're good for you as well. She's a real nurse.
Yeah, you have to find the vegetable that you like. There's one out there. You just have to find it.
I know he likes chips, so that means he likes potatoes.
You can have potatoes so many ways, and they're so easy to grow.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like.
Imagine growing your own potatoes. You can make your own chips.
Yeah.
They wouldn't come from the tree, obviously, or the plant.
It'd be much
But
healthier that way.
say again.
It'd be much healthier that way.
Well, yeah. At least you know where it came from.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not going to be a bunch of
Chemicals and GMOs.
exactly things that you can't even pronounce in the ingredients of a potato chip, which should be potato.
Main ingredient, yeah.
Seasoning.
So maybe we should start that as a project. Get you growing some potatoes, Kieran. That'd be a good idea.
Just
Well,
bury
we
a potato.
have a project where we had to grow like sunflowers and see how big they will get.
What flowers were they?
Sunflowers.
They grow quite high, don't they?
Yeah.
How far did yours grow?
It was up to like
How?
I don't know the height, but
It was high. Was it taller than you?
it was up to like my neck.
Okay. And it was enjoyable. Did you enjoy watching it grow?
Yeah.
That's good.
I think we actually still have them at on school in the playground.
Yeah, it would be good to grow anything really. It's just to see how it grows really.
Yeah.
So many things you can do. So many.
You can just put a potato in some dirt, and it will grow into more potatoes.
Yeah, you don't even need the seeds.
Crazy.
But true.
I had no idea.
Well, you can learn like most things.
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on? Have I gone? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I thought I'd gone for a second there.
I hear you fine.
Sorry, it was my other stream I had on my phone. I disconnected it, but as long as you can hear me on here, because when we did our test, I couldn't manage to get the webcam working.
Okay. Right. For a little bit, but you can.
Remember, and I said I was going to use my phone. So the only reason why I had two of me on there, not because I really love my face, though I do. No, I'm only joking. Was as a backup, just in case one of them failed, sort of thing.
Okay.
There you go. Let me straighten that up. Okay, so have you heard anything, ZNS, about? You said you're going to be doing some. They're going to be doing some reopening for Valentine's.
Yeah, yes. Typically, Valentine's Day is one of the busiest days for restaurants of the entire year. Besides,
Of course.
Mother's Day, that is May the 2nd. So they're, you know, we talked about this before. They take away everything, and then they give you back little bits of your freedoms, and you're very grateful for what little.
Exactly. We never know what freedoms we've got until they're taken away.
Yeah. So you know, people. I guess some people are happy that they can open up a little bit, but still, I mean, they're.
It's what I say. The terminology I use is one step forward, two steps back.
Yes.
So they give you, like you said, they give you a little bit of freedom, then they take two freedoms back, shall we say?
Yeah, that's what they do. But I guess they're
crazy.
getting some pushback from many businesses. So.
Yeah, I've been seeing some on the web, obviously, some Canadian news channel, and there was a chap on there, and he says, "Look, I've got a policy. You come in with a mask, that's fine. If you don't, that's up to you. It's not about being anti-mask," he said. It's about being anti-freedom, or for freedom as opposed to anti-freedom. So he gives his customers a choice. Those who don't feel comfortable wearing a mask can go in without, and if they do, then that's totally down to them.
Right. A lot of people are not comfortable wearing a mask because it cuts off your oxygen.
Yeah, and we know that we breathe in oxygen and we breathe out carbon monoxide. So
right. It also traps that in. So now you're got too much carbon monoxide in your blood, hypertension.
So again, it's lots of carbon monoxide, one out of air, or one in of air. Yeah, but it's the same. I saw the rugby and the American football. They make them line up before the match at distance. What's the point? Because after they finish the music and they start playing, they're going to be next to each other, bashing each other. There's no social distance on a rugby pitch, on an American football pitch, on an English soccer pitch or football pitch. So what is the point in doing all of that rubbish beforehand? Is that for our benefit or for theirs? Is it for the sheeples?
It's like ceremony. It's like it's part of the whole ceremony is
ritual.
Yeah, the ritual. Exactly.
It's crazy. But that's what I said. I saw the Nations Cup or something they call it, the rugby. And they're social distance. I'm thinking, well, what's the point of that? In the next 5 minutes, they're going to be going at each other like there's no tomorrow.
I guess the next step is to cancel any non-social distancing sports. So we'll be able to watch tennis, golf.
Well, see, tennis, you can social distance. You don't go within any certain distance on a tennis court.
What else? Which other one can you? Swimming? Is that a sport? Yeah, during the Olympics, it is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's like everything else. It's one rule for one and another rule for another. We can't go on holiday until we get this, that, and the other, and certificates. But you see all these celebs, they go on holiday. They go to the Bermuda, the Bahamas or wherever, and sun themselves up,
Yeah. I mean, but how many sports can they actually do that with? Most of them will be gone. If you had to stay 6 feet away from somebody all the time.
Exactly. It's not good. Just to say, Brian's on the chat and he says, hey, Mr. Pitt. Hey, AZ Nurse is saying hello.
Hello, Brian.
Thanks for coming on. It's not as easy as it looks, I have to say. I think Mother Gaga makes it look easier than it is, but not bad for my first stream. Getting used to it. How are you enjoying the show so far, Kieran?
Yeah.
He's enjoying it. You can tell your mates now. They're going to be listening in. Are you going to tell them that you've been on the YouTubes?
But I have been on YouTube. My account, which I'm planning to post on, is called Playbox. Me and my friend, a week ago.
What games are you playing then? Did you say?
I play Minecraft, and sometimes I play Fortnite, but I prefer Minecraft.
Because that's using, at least that's using your brain a bit, because you can do building, you can do construction, you can. It's a world, isn't it? It's a whole world of an oasis, shall we say, and you can just build whatever you like, wherever your imagination takes you, isn't it? Really.
Yep.
The Fortnite is more bang bang shoot 'em up, isn't it? Really, and a lot of violence, which I don't really agree with. But I'm glad you said that you like the Minecraft better.
Yeah.
That's good. But like I said, to get a bit of frustration out, I suppose it's okay to spend your half an hour, whatever. You know, we all have to have an outlet, don't we?
Yep.
That's good. That's good. What's the latest thing you've been building on your Minecraft?
I've actually been trying to build Atlantis.
Atlantis?
Yeah.
Oh, so do you know about Atlantis, the lost city of Atlantis?
Oh, yeah.
How did you hear about it?
Well, first I heard about it from Aquaman, and then I saw those movies about it.
Hold on. Aquaman, the film you're talking about, not a person called Aquaman.
Yeah, a film.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
But now I started reading about it on like TV shows and movies. And I just searched it up on Google one day.
So you know it was a lost city then,
Yeah.
and they had a lot of technology that we lost. Yeah, I think we've been around longer than 2000. You know, historically speaking, from Jesus' time. I think we've had other civilizations come and go. I think they get to a certain point, like what's happening now with the financial world and things like that. But you know that nothing's made to last forever. Even in Minecraft, nothing lasts forever, does it?
Yeah. But anyway, I was so excited to come on this show. I even made a script. But it was.
You even did a rap for your score, I know, for your rainforest, didn't you?
Yeah.
I thought you was going to tell us that if you wasn't too shy. But yeah, whatever you got, bring it on. Bring it on.
I might do it.
Okay, you build yourself up to it. It's not a problem. Not a problem. This is a channel for everyone. I already heard your rap, and I thought it was really good anyway. So that should be praise enough. But yeah, whatever you got. You know, I've done poems and things like that, and I do my music. So it's good to be creative. I think it helps. It helps your your imagination, shall we say?
Yeah, you're really good at it.
Thank you. That's praise coming from my grandson. That's very good. Oh, don't make me cry. Don't get any extra bounty points or birthday money for making me cry. But no, it's very good. I'm really proud of you anyway for everything that you've done and coming on here and saying your piece, and you're taking part in the adult conversation.
Yeah,
it's very good. I think like nowadays, kids are not taught critical thinking, you know, so because they're too busy being indoctrinated, you know. And the best thing that you can do, Kieran, is to be able to teach yourself. You know, if you don't know something, don't wait for the teacher to be telling you. you know what to do, you know how to get the information or ask questions, and your mum would help you with anything that you was doing. But you know that it's very important to learn yourself, to teach yourself,
Yeah.
because there's a world of information out there. There's a wealth of history and things like that, and if we don't learn our history, then we're doomed to repeat it. Is a saying that I often say.
Absolutely.
Yep. Transparent Media says he might be joining us later. I said to him he's more than welcome. He said that's okay. Yep, no problem. He had some bits and pieces to do. He's got a good channel out there. He's on YouTube as well. Transparent Media Truths. So I'm just going to shout him out there.
I'll look at him after the show.
Okay, no problem. If you forget what the name is, you can always rewind the live stream.
Actually,
Cool.
I think my friend's watching.
You think your friend's watching now?
Yeah, he's watching. He's literally.
Give him a shout. Give him a shout then.
His name's Kanan, and
I know Kanan.
his YouTube is named Kanan, and Kanan. I can't remember.
No worries. If he wants to send you it, we'll put it up on here.
Yeah, he was spam texting me. He's saying you're actually on a show. I didn't believe you.
Okay, I just had to mention and just put that out there. Curious is not what it's seen here in chat. Thanks for the mention. Yeah, no problem there. More than welcome.
Is Noah is in the chat? Is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, he's in the private chat.
Is he backstage?
I would see him if he was. No, I've only got you and Kieran at the minute. All right, shall we change the subject?
Yeah.
Anyone got any ideas what we can talk about? Go on, Kieran. I'll let you have the floor.
I could talk about like video games, but you probably wouldn't like that.
Probably not. No. Or if you got a question about good anything really that maybe me or Z Nurse can answer.
Yeah, I can answer.
Nothing really.
Okay. So you're not going to tell us? Did you say you had a poem, or did you say you had something you was going to read? That's okay. No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah.
Because you have. Okay.
But yeah, I'll make it a surprise for later.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to that.
I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'll be back in.
Yeah. No problem. I'll mute you for the time being then.
Okay.
See you in a bit. So, goodness, how are we going to put the world to rights then? What should people do? Should they be listening to the governments?
Everyone has to do what they feel right in their heart, basically, and not do what doesn't feel right. And that's just important. I can't tell anyone what to do specifically, but we all know what feels right and what doesn't. Personally, I decided not to support this, so I don't as much as possible. But,
Do you think people they feel it in their gut and they actually know that this is actually wrong? What's happening? That all the restrictions and the we've been on this planet for thousands and thousands of years. We survived without governments, without injections, without interference. For eons, not even thousands, eons of years.
Yeah.
But all that knowledge has been lost, hasn't it?
It seems like there are before any of my YouTube experience here, I didn't realize that there were so many people that were seeing what I was seeing, and because when you walk around, you don't see that. You just see a bunch of people, like droning around and doing what they're told.
Well, yeah, exactly. Same for me. I thought I was the only one, and then I got on YouTube and obviously saw other people producing content and spreading the word.
Yeah, that was really inspiring just to see how many people are out there that are thinking the way I'm thinking and seeing the ridiculousness that's happening all around us, and not wanting to participate in that. And that's
It's hopeful. That's hopeful. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think that's, like I said, that was maybe the point of me coming on stream, because I felt strongly enough, because I felt that, like yourself, there wasn't enough people telling people out there that, they're not the only ones, that they do have a voice and that they're not crazy. And like I said, we are stronger together. Like I said, the government's whole agenda has always been divide and conquer, by putting us in our house prison, might as well say. Even if you wanted to go out, like I said, what would you go out for? You can't go to the pictures, you can't go to do this, you can't go swimming, or all these activities that you would do if you was out are not there, because we're all in lockdown.
Right. Even when people are outside, half the time they're wearing a mask, and I don't understand that one bit.
I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, I could never understand that in the fresh air. In the fresh air, they're trying to make you say that it's airborne. I mean, if it was airborne, we've had a year of this. We'd be seeing people dropping like flies.
Yeah, we would. But I mean, it's not. There's the claims and the evidence. They don't back each other.
They don't stack up, do they? That's what I said. It just doesn't. I mean, like everybody else, when it first came, we didn't know what to expect. We didn't know how virulent the virus was. So we all took the advice, and we said, right, for the good of everybody, we'll stay in for 2 weeks while they whatever flatten the curve, they called it. And then a year later, we're still in lockdown. But we haven't seen the numbers, and I'm not medical doctor. I'm not giving medical advice, but where has the flu gone? We don't hear about the flu anymore. It's been taken over, hasn't it?
It's a miracle,
It's a miracle. Yeah, in the first year ever recorded in history, we have eradicated flu. Which, again, anyone with some common sense would say, well, that doesn't sound right,
Right.
Doesn't sound right at all.
If you ever stopped and think about any one of these things, for any kind of time at all, you would realize that it doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
No, and like I said, I've had many gifts of my life, but common sense is one, and same for you and a lot of people out there in the chat and on YouTube. They know that it just doesn't stack up when you put it all together. And if you take the time to switch off the main news and do some of your own homework and research, you find out that putting on a mask doesn't actually protect you. Masks were only ever made for surgeons to stop them spitting when they're operating, when they've got someone opened up in front of them, and even then they have to change it every 10 minutes. They don't ever touch the front of it, it's only from the screws. So, I see these people and they're touching it all over. So it's worthless. It's actually, like you said, it's more detrimental than worthless.
Yeah, and it's going to end up lowering the strength of their immune system. And then, longer they wear it, and then they're going to go out in the world as soon as they say no more masks, and then be bombarded with all this stuff that their body has not been fighting off daily, regularly, like it should. We're humans, we walk around, we touch things, we have, interactions with other people, and that's part of our strengthening immune system constantly. We need that interaction. Without that interaction,
it feels like that's being attacked. The way we interact, like, as you said, is being attacked. Our immune system is being attacked because we're okay to stay at home and take those Deliveroo. I don't know if you get Deliveroo, but the takeaways from people who deliver. We can eat all the crap. They don't. The government never says stop eating McDonald's because it's not good for your tract system, your digestion system. They don't say stop smoking because that's bad for you. They don't say don't get in your car because thousands of millions of people die each year from road. So, I think it's a bit of overreach. They're trying to tell us how to live our lives. And at the end of the day, the way I see it is, we're not promised tomorrow. Every time you step out your door, you're at the danger of dying, basically. So how have they got the right to tell us how to live our lives? Our lives it's finite. It's not infinite. Means that it can run out anytime. So by restricting our actions, our movements, and everything, is only going to little our time, not expand it. It's crazy.
Therein lies the clue right there that this is not just about a virus running around. There's something else, and it's more than they're letting on, but the information's there for anyone with the eyes to see.
Of course, but like I said, no one's going to see it until they switch off the TVs. And I know sometimes it can be frustrating because we sound like we're in an echo chamber and we keep going over the same things. But like I said, I'm just hoping like our next generation, they need to hear it as well. They need to hear that sometimes you have to stand up to governments because they're not always there for the betterment of humankind, shall we say, or communities. And community is more important, I feel, than governments.
Guys,
Say again?
guys, I've got a question.
Okay.
Do you think from Mars, because there's lots of proof that we, do you believe in aliens or anything?
I've never had an alien experience. I've had some spooky experiences that I can't explain, but they weren't alien. You want me to tell you? Because I don't know. Did you hear the story I said about the bird that I took to school one day?
No, I didn't.
You didn't hear that story? Okay, I'm going to bore you with it now. When I was about your age, maybe, was it? I would have been a little bit older because I was at secondary school, and that starts from 11. So I think I was between 11 and 12 years old. And I used to have problems at school and things like that, and I never really liked it. Basically, this came about after my granddad died. He came over here to get treatment, but unfortunately he died from cancer. And it was about 2 weeks after that, I was making my way to school, and a bird the size of, say, my hand, that size, came to me, and it wasn't frightened. And when I put my hand out, because this is what I used to do to my budgie that I kept at home, I used to put my finger out and he would jump on it. And I did it, and as if by magic, he jumped on my finger. And I thought, that's strange. I thought, well, while I start walking, he's going to fly away. The movement of me walking, he's going to fly away. And I thought maybe he's lost, maybe he's lost his mum, or he's come out of the nest. But I was walking along to school, and there was people stopping me and saying, "Oh, is this bird lovely?" and stroking it. He would let people stroke it as well, and that's really unusual. A wild bird to allow people, allow it to be pet. It's unheard of. Even my budgie, I couldn't take that outside because it would fly away. And this bird just was glued to my finger. It was like it was glued to my finger. It wasn't going anywhere. And I walked it for 20 minutes all the way to school. And like I said, all these people made me late for school. And then by the time I got to the gates, there was no one in school because they'd all gone in because I'm late now. And this bird just flew away. As soon as I got to the gate, it was like, see you later. And like I said, I don't know. I didn't even realize at the time, but I thought putting two and two together that it was just, like my granddad coming and saying, you're okay, you'll be okay. And I was, really, up to today. That's my story.
A little encouraging visit.
Yeah, it gave me a lot of encouragement. Like I said, it was unbelievable. Like I said, I felt like a celebrity walking down the road, and there was people just stopping me saying, "Oh, is that your bird?" I said, "No, it's not mine. He just jumped on my finger." Oh, is it hurt then? No, I don't think so. It flew onto my finger, so I don't think it's hurt. Oh, is it lost? And I said, I don't know. And they were, like I said, they were stroking it, and I felt like a celebrity. And like I said, it made my day and gave me hope to carry on. What do you think of that story then, Kieran? He's gone to sleep.
I once had to chase a duck and catch it.
A duck?
Yeah, there was a duck who was in the pond, and we were feeding the duck. This one duck had fishing line.
Could you hear me?
You was breaking up earlier, sorry, and Zed Nurses, you sound a bit distant.
Is this?
A little bit, but you are breaking up a little bit. Try doing it.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, you got it. That's better.
Yeah.
Kieran,
Okay,
do a testing. 1, 2, 3.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. I can hear you. Did you have something to say?
Yeah. Do you believe aliens were were part of our DNA? Do you think they played a part in our what we?
Yeah, I think I understand the question. Part of me does want to believe that we was put on this planet from another dying planet, but obviously without evidence or proof, it's hard to prove. But I don't believe we evolved from monkeys. Put it that way. I don't believe in Darwin's evolution.
It's a theory.
It's a theory, exactly. It's a theory. Does that answer your question, Kieran?
Yeah, it did.
I don't know about the alien, like little green man or gray man or whatever, but I have seen lights in the sky, and I don't know what they were. I don't know if they were spaceships or lights, but I have seen them, so I can.
I do believe we are light beings. I mean, I know that we are made up from stars, basically. We all got a part of the universe in us. We're, like I said, we're light beings, and your stories that you said about what happens to people when they pass, would complement that. Being light beings, because that's what you saw. You saw light.
We are these. We're made of. Well, we have bodies, but we are the energy that inhabits the body, and so that energy leaves. There's no more life to animate the body, but the energy goes somewhere. I don't know where.
No, that's the $1 million question, isn't it?
Yeah, no one ever came back to let us know.
No, exactly. I think they wouldn't want to. Once you go there, like Steve Jobs says, oh wow. If it was that great, would you want to come back?
No.
Exactly. If you felt all that love and light and peace, and would you want to come back to this planet?
I know. I once had a dream that I was about to die, and I was panicked and scared and thinking of my kids, and just in that real fearful state. And then I saw this light, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh no, I can go, no problem, let's go. I think it's something like that.
It wasn't a hard decision to make once you see the light, sort of thing.
Yeah, not at all. I was looking forward to it. So, but then I woke up, thank God.
Of course, to tell us the story. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to tell us the story.
Absolutely.
No, I know you've got some. I'm not gonna get you to tell all your stories, because I know you said them plenty of time. But
being a nurse,
people telling us. I know you're
gonna see some stuff.
Yeah, being a nurse, you will see some stuff. What do you think, Kieran? Then, do you think we're light beings? We come from another planet?
Yeah, I do have a theory that, because have you heard of this DNA that's in our body, which I can't remember what it's called, but scientists don't know where it came from. I believe that's from aliens.
Sure. Yeah, I believe that as well. I do. Definitely, we got some DNA from somewhere.
Yeah.
That came, like I said, I just don't believe that we were made up from we didn't evolve from monkeys. Put it that way. I don't believe that at all.
Me either. I don't believe that we like came from monkeys.
I just saw the chat. Is my mic better, everyone?
I can hear you better. I
Okay.
can hear you much better.
Yeah.
I wasn't able to see the chat. I can't see the chat on my computer. I had to get my iPad out to get the chat on.
No, like I said, you're coming loud and clear.
right.
Sounds like you're next to me. Sounds like you're right next to me.
And you're across the pond, aren't you?
And yeah, this is the amazing technology.
Yeah, it is.
And that's one way it's brought out a lot of people together. But you know, sometimes even before the pandemic, shall we say, I used to walk down the street and all you would see is people with their faces in their phones. And it was, I mean, I was on a bike, so I couldn't do that anyway, because if I had my face in the phone, I'd end up crashing into someone or something, you know. But it was very disparaging that, you know, just people would just live their life. And I'm walking around watching the birds and the sunshine and the clouds and thinking it's a nice, wonderful day. And like I said, from this pandemic now, you know, I think it has brought us closer, even though a lot of people are still spending a lot of time on their phones. They realise that, you know, that there is safety in numbers and people are starting to reach out and ask questions, which is, like I said, a good thing, really.
I was hoping for something like that because with all these like draconian controls they've got on everyone, at some point people are going to break and say no more. That's what I've been waiting for.
Well, I'm not going to say I prayed for it, but I basically I've been locked down for 4 years because I just been in such a disarray with the system, shall we say, the way things are run, the way it's such a I really do feel sorry for the family unit. You know, the fact that the mum and the dad have to work so hard, just to, you know, like I said, the saying is everyone's 2 wage packets away from being homeless. You know, that situation. You know, you get people that work so hard and they have so little to show for it. You know, that's the criminal. You know, and you get banks that just don't do anything except make lots of money from other people. You know.
Yeah. Well, they had the moms convinced that they had to be out in the workforce, so now they take their kids to daycare, which is psychologically damaging unless there was someone that really loves them. And then, you know, and then they have to go to work just to pay for the daycare when they could have saved all that and the psychological trauma to their child by just taking care of them.
Exactly, and the job doesn't pay them enough so they can pay for their childcare and have, say, a lot remaining for holidays, and it's not even that the case. Like I said, most of the time they're just literally working to pay for the childcare and the food and the rent. And that's
bono. Someone's benefiting, and it's not the family.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'm not a believer in communism, but I do believe in co-ops. You know, there is a big company over here called the Co-op, and that's how it started as a cooperative. You know, and the profits went to the people that worked in there. You know, I spent 20 years in a corporate company, and I know it's not about sharing and caring. It's about who's prepared to do the dirty on the next person to be able to get themselves up on the next rung of the ladder. And that's the way, and I feel that's as much macro as it is micro, you know. In the workplace, it is as it is in the world, you know. And that's what they're training us to step on the next guy so you can get a better life. That's not how it should be, you know.
That's not a normal human behavior, but they made this change where they were able to classify a corporation as a person, and that is huge because a corporation doesn't have a conscience. They have a bottom line, and that's it. They have shareholders, and that's it. So there's nothing human in the corporation's, you know, conscious that says I shouldn't do this to this person, or you know, vice versa. So when a corporation can be considered a person,
it can be accountable. Yeah, exactly. And the same goes for not just only the person, but the environment that they're working in. So they don't take any regard for what damage they're doing to the environment, to the ozone or whatever. You know, they all spew out all their gases and their waste products, and there's no accountability. And I think that's so important for government, for corporation. There should be accountability all the way down the line. We have, we're culpable for the things that we do. You know, we can't go around starting fires, say, or whatever. We're accountable for that. But these people, they just working without accountability, and it is wrong.
Yeah.
It is wrong.
If a layperson if I were to go, burn something down, destroy something, I would get in trouble and I would, be in jail somewhere. But if a corporation does it on a massive scale, nobody gets in trouble. That's not right.
I mean, I don't have to mention the name, but it begins with M and ends in toe, and the crimes that they've done. I mean, basically, if there was a Nuremberg trial now, there'd be so many people in there that I would want to get in there. It would be just chocolate. It'd be full for a whole year. There'd be just nothing but Nuremberg trials going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm waiting for this whole Nuremberg trial. If you read about it, it is, a lot of things go against it that's being forced upon us right now. We don't have to talk about the details, but
no, I know. But it's true, just about basic human rights, and I think that's something that people are not up to speed with. What are your actual human rights? You're not being put on this planet to work for somebody for so many years and have nothing to show for it. We've all been given what's the word? We've all been given sovereignty for our own bodies, for our own lives. And there's people out there in governments that are overstepping the mark, thinking that they're trying to turn us into a nanny state. Like they're the ones that should be looking after us. No, that's not how life is. Even before we had governments, we didn't have people telling us what to do. Like I said, I've never thought of myself being any better or worse than anybody else. We are all should be equal people, working equally together. That's what I believe.
I agree. I could not agree more with that statement.
But like I said, people have forgotten what their sovereign rights are. From the time they're born, they're given a number, on their birth certificate, to a plot when they eventually die, to a plot number, So to the government, we're just a number, aren't we? We're just a number from birth to grave.
Yeah, literally a number.
And that's wrong. That's wrong. But like you said, it needed probably something like this for people to jolt them out of the. Like I said, I was in the rat race as well for many years, but I just one day, I don't know what happened. I just got the sight to see what was going on and know that if I carried on, it would be to my detriment, that I would end up with nothing 6 feet under, with nothing to show, and just be very sad that I didn't fulfill the things that I wanted to do in my life, which was like writing and music and things like that, And that's a thing that people are missing out on now. Well, they're obviously trying to miss out on that, but I'm hoping that people realise the system that they've been in hasn't been there for even when we could travel and we could go to concerts. That it was all stacked against us.
Yes.
Always stacked against us. Like more so to fail than to succeed. You never hear about the people that fail. You only get to hear about the people that succeed. Oh, look at this guy. He didn't have nothing. He started this, and and that's like one in how many millions and billions of people.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And that's not how it should be.
No, it's not. It's not at all. But there's seem to be a lot of people, and I've noticed, just the people here are waking up to this whole situation, and it's happening everywhere, which is a good thing. At the same time, we're getting more pushback because obviously the people that are running the show are aware of that too, and so now we're getting all these censorship, and you can't say certain things, and we can't talk about certain things, and that's ridiculous in this country. At least we always have we've always been so gung-ho about our free speech, but now we can't talk about things. We can't bring up certain topics, or we will be shut down, and that's happening everywhere.
I think the main problem that we've had is in debt enslavement. Basically, they did it with us, and they're doing it with our kids now at university. They give them the debt enslavement, so they're forced to take a job maybe that they don't like, and like I said, and you're stuck with a mortgage, you can't pay. Who benefits at the end of the day? It's always going to be the banks that benefit because they always, they're making their profit, and it's wrong. Usury, I believe, is wrong, and that's not just a biblical saying, which it is. It's my own personal belief. I think usury is wrong,
It is, and the profits, they make the money. When you ask someone where money comes from, most people wouldn't really be able to tell you, but it comes out of thin air with the banks. If you go get a loan, that money is not even in existence until they write it in the, put it in their system. Money that way.
Yeah, I'm sure if you ask Kieran, do you know where money comes from, Kieran? Don't say mummy. Don't say.
Like paper grows from trees, and that's made out of money paper.
So why can't we all get a tree and make paper and spend that? You can't, isn't it? It's what it is that it's the value that is put on that paper. The paper is not worth anything. What used to happen before is we had paper that was backed with something called gold, which was something that was precious. Gold is precious. If you was to find a piece of gold in the street, it could be worth anything between 20 and 100, or depending on how big a piece you found. Because in America they used to have the gold rush because people wanted to get rich, and the only way they could get rich was by finding gold, and they translated the gold into cash. So the money is not a value on it. It's only a promissory note. It means that I promise to give you X, Y, and Z for this amount of money. But on its own, it's useless. It's only because people accept the fact that money has a value, that it's exchanged for services, for the goods that people do. If you work, that's a service. If I help someone with a computer, that's a service. That's something that's worth something to somebody. So they'll give me money. But it could be it could be buttons. It could be I don't know, a leaf. It could be anything. As long as we say that this leaf is worth, say, £1. We know that if we go to work, we're going to get 100 leaves, or 100 buttons, so money doesn't actually mean, wealth. It's just the value that we put on it. And that's where the bankers, have got us, because they can, there's, you have the Federal Reserve that is not even governed by government, and they just make money willy-nilly, because paper is easy to get, plenty of trees, so you can make plenty of money, but it doesn't mean it has any value, does it? Do you understand what I'm saying, or have I gone right over your head?
I understand.
It's like, before we had money, we had barter. You know what barter is? So if you had a PlayStation and someone had an Xbox, you could say, right, I'll give you my Xbox, you give me your PlayStation, because it's nearly the same amount value. So instead of using money, people used to just trade things. So if I had jewelry or something, or a precious stone, I would exchange that for a goat or a pig or something like that. Or if someone had, some vegetables, say, they would exchange that and go to somebody else. And instead of giving them money, they would exchange it for something else that they wanted.
A pig?
In the old days, I'm talking about, when there was lots of farmers and things like that, before there was money, they would do trades instead of using cash. Just that they use cash now because it's easier to carry around than carrying around a pig. You can look at that. That is true fact in history. People used to do exchange trades and things like that.
Get back to that time. Let's go back.
Go back. Oh, you're gonna be silent a bit.
I said, let's get back to that time.
Oh yeah. Well, I've got an iPad here. What will someone give me for an iPad? I don't want a pig. That's for sure. I'll have some chickens because they're useful, because you can get eggs from chickens.
Absolutely, 2 chickens for an iPad.
Yeah, I think that's a good deal, because I could live off the eggs that I'll get from the chickens.
Exactly.
But you're right. It's only the value that we put on money, for the services that and it's a promissory note, isn't it? Really.
Mm-hmm.
has no value at all. But I think that's where the problem stems, because, like I said, there's people who own the banks who've never worked a day in their life, who are rich because they can make the money. They don't have any service to provide. They don't provide any service. All they do is produce notes, which they exchange for services and goods.
Yeah, that's the way they have it set up, though. We pay for it all. You get your paycheck and you see how much they take out, and they're increasing that number all the time.
Oh, don't get me started on taxation. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah. In California, it was terrible. I was born and raised in California, and leaving it was a very good decision for us.
It was, because it has gone downhill.
Yeah.
For a number of years. They've outpriced all the homes. So even people that work in the area can't even afford to live there. I heard a lot of people were coming from out of state because they couldn't even afford to live in the place that they were working.
No, I mean, and you're a homeowner in California, and you're paying a lot of money to live there, and you're seeing your city or your town just fall apart, and it's getting bad everywhere. And it's
exactly.
Why am I here?
Where's all the taxation going then? We're supposed to be paying for the roads and everything else, and it doesn't go to where it's supposed to go.
No.
That's the whole point of tax. But I think there are entities that profit from that, but it isn't the people that give the tax.
No, it never gets to the actual, where it's supposed to go. There's so much corruption in that state. I'm sure in all states, though. But for example,
I've heard that there's not a revolution, but people are saying we should refuse to pay tax because it's not going to where it should do, and it should go to the people that it should be helping, and which is obviously charity starts at home, is the saying.
Well, yeah, there's actually no federal law saying that you have to pay taxes. It's not there. It doesn't exist. Now they have all these other laws and stuff, but that one is not in actual existence. So we're all but there's not enough. You can't really fight that because they come after you.
It's IRS, isn't it? You have the IRS.
There are people that fight it. There are people that there's a whole movement about it. So I think there's some guy out there that's saying, I'll give you $1 million if you show me the law that says that we have to pay taxes by law. And no one has been able to find that.
Yeah, I
don't know enough about it.
No, I know. But it goes to the same for birth certificates, that they're traded on the stock market. How many people? I know a lot of people don't know that, but say my son and my grandson wouldn't know that.
The whole straw man.
The whole straw man thing is another minefield that we can go into.
It is, and if I've only looked into it very cursory, but there is a lot to unpack on that.
Again, it's all about keeping the little man down. That's when you break it down without making it too complicated. That's what it boils down to: is keeping the little man down.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It's not allowing anyone to flourish.
Yeah, not too much, just a little bit, just enough
enough to live and enough to pay your taxes, and that's about it. It's criminal, really. It's criminal, but they're never held accountable. And another thing I heard is the Queen of this country has tried to pass a law so she doesn't have to disclose any of her finances. Because we all know where she gets her money. Well, I know that. I know you know that as well.
Yeah, she's like one of the biggest landowners in the world, isn't she? Like, as far as
apparently, yeah, that's what I've heard as well. But if you've got nothing to hide, why? Do you know what I mean? Why would you want to make a law to stop people finding out where your money comes from? Is it because it's from naughty, actions or activities, Because if people really knew how much she's got or how much she owns and things like that, I don't think they'll be so loyal to the royal family.
Exactly, yeah.
And my stance on that. I don't think we shouldn't have a royal, anyone that says they rule over us.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's interesting, but strange.
Interesting but strange. I understand, and Kieran's learnt about the royalties, and I think some of the. Which one did you do, Kieran? Did you do the Tudors or something?
Yeah, I've learned about Tudor and Stone Age and Victorian, and I could go on.
I know you could. So what do you think of royalty then? Do you think there should be people that rule over other people?
No,
Why is that?
I've just not.
It doesn't sound fair, does it? I know you can't explain it, but you know, I'm the same. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair at
Yeah.
all.
Not fair.
Definitely not.
In my opinion,
They should have to work like the rest of us. If they want money, they should work like the rest of us have to work. Why should we pay for them to have all these holidays and things like that? And then you have Charlie Boy saying we shouldn't be flying and we shouldn't be doing this, and we're all useless eaters and you know, messing up the ozone and the environment. But yet they haven't got a problem flying in their jets. You know, they like to tell us what to do, but they don't listen to what we, you know, our side of it. You know. Exactly, one rule for thee, not for thee. You're still coming. You're away from your mic again. I think you're trying to do two things at once again. Oh, no.
So my new mic is supposed to arrive today. I'm very excited about that.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
I'm waiting on the mail.
Okay, just to let you know that if there's anyone else out there who wants to join this riveting conversation, come along. I'll be here waiting for you to join in.
Yes. Let me see who's talking in the chat. Let's see. Transparent Media Truth says taxes are voluntary. That's true. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, it was. But as soon as you stop paying them, that's when you end up in prison, isn't it?
Yes, they
yeah.
come to your house.
So how is it voluntary if the IRS can come to your house and seize all your goods or your money or whatever?
That's the thing. They have the guns. So even though there's no law saying no actual law saying that that we have to pay off our taxes or pay all our taxes or pay as much as we do or any of it, they still have the guns. So what can we do?
Well, you try and work the law against them, you know, if you know enough about it. Unfortunately, I don't know.
There has to be someone that has done this. I need to learn about this topic because
I think for someone who maybe works for themselves, who, you know, has to make their own voluntary tax payments and things like that, because we all know the little man can't get away with paying tax, but you look at the big businesses, they're the worst offenders of not paying tax. And obviously they're the biggest contributor. They would have been the biggest contributor as a taxpayer, and they're allowed to, you know, because they're a corporation, because they know the law, because they know about offshore funding and, you know, Cayman Islands and things like that. They can get away with it, and it's wrong. It's wrong. You know, it's about accountability. How can the big companies, or, you know, get away with it and then tell us that we have to pay tax when they don't? That's wrong.
So I just searched the term taxes are voluntary, and and I came to this article and it says income tax is voluntary, says IRS chiefs again and again and again, and it says, you know, it goes into that, but it says the federal tax is voluntary system that encourages but does not mandatorily require your participation. So, and it goes on and on. I'm not going to read the whole article.
No. But does that is that for if you work for somebody or if you work for yourself, or?
It doesn't matter either way.
Either way.
Yeah.
But if you work for a company, they take the taxes out automatically, don't they? So you have to actually do something to stop them doing that.
You have to fill out certain, you know, tax
certain
forms.
Sure. Well, like I said, I never knew that. Because you know, the saying in this country is the only two things are certain is tax and debt. You know, tax and debt. So, you know, it's like it's imposed on us like that. Like Transparent Media saying, by imposing fear, you know, if you don't pay your taxes, you'll end up in the gallows. You know how that was how it was in the old days, but now it's in prison. They say that that's what they use. They impose fear. It's like people have fear. Oh, if I don't pay my taxes, I'm going to have the IRS chasing me and things like that. When in fact, if they look at it and find out for themselves, they can find ways of not paying it. Like all the big like I said, like all the big corporations do. Like your Facebooks and your Apples and your everyone else. You know, anyone that's worth mega millions of pounds, and they're the ones that Googles and things like that. They're all the ones that are, you know, profiting from not paying taxes. And like I said, their taxes would be all come from us anyway, because you know the saying is if a product is free, then you are the product. You know.
And that's exactly what's happening. It says here that the United States has a system of taxation by confession. So our tax return is our confession, and by filing one, we cede our Fifth Amendment rights to not incriminate ourselves, and it's something that we do voluntary. So it's just
so by being honest, you're penalised. So that's what I'm saying. This system is made that if you're honest, you're penalised. If you're dishonest, you get away with it. You know, so it's like they drive people to be dishonest.
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm gonna learn more about this, and I'm gonna come back next time being angry.
Even more angry.
Yeah, exactly.
So obviously you're not paying tax at the moment, but when you did, you imagine how much you have paid up to now.
They take so much out.
I could retire on the amount of tax that I've paid, for sure.
Yeah. I don't remember what the percentage was in California, but that's one of the reasons we moved to the state, because of, you know, the income tax is non-existent here, but some states are different.
So I'm just reading the comments from the chat. Apathy sucks. How about India telling Pfizer they will only accept the vaccine if their local regulators can test it and hold it to safety standards? Pfizer backed out. Well, yeah, anytime you try and ask for proof of something, that's when they can't. It's like when people get fined for COVID restrictions, because it's not a law. If they take it to court, the judge will throw it out because there's no law against it, you know. And
but they're counting on that. They're not going to do that.
Because, like Apathy Sucks says, they said they want people to be in fear. And like I said, I've got no fear anymore. I've lived my life. You know, I've had my family, and not in a selfish way. I'm just saying, if you give in to fear, then they've won, basically. And that's not what I'm about. I don't want to give in to fear. I've never been the strongest person, but I've had to learn to pick my fights. You know, I never used to want to start trouble anywhere in my life. But like I said, we've come to a head, you know, in this situation now, in this time, in this day and age, that I'm not just fighting for myself. I'm fighting for Kieran as well, for my grandson, for his future. You know, when I'm gone, I'm not going to be worried about what's going on, but I worry about what's going to be left for him and how he's going to be treated in this world. You know, I want him to understand the truth and not to be afraid and to stand up for himself. And I know he's a brave lad, and like I said, he's very curious, got a curious mind, and you know, the future is our children, really.
Absolutely. We have to teach them how to think, not what to
think. Not what to think. Yeah, exactly.
And so India, I applaud India. They're saying no, you can't come in unless you can show us you're safe. And nobody can show them their safety because the testing is still happening. And if you read the literature and go into the testing, you'll see that the testing is going on right now. We are part of the testing. The testing ends in January 2023.
I've said that. I said that anything that's been rushed, and we know that vaccines normally take 8 years, you know, between 6 and 8 years to manufacture. So if they've done that and they've been given the authority to, and if you read the literature, it does say this is an experimental thing. So if it's experiment, means we are the guinea pigs.
Yeah, we are the guinea pigs, at least until January 2023, by their own words. So this is the last phase of testing. We are the last phase of testing, and I don't want to be a part of this test.
No. And like I said, if it was anything good, and if they said that you could take it and then you could return to normal life, then maybe more people would take up on it. But the fact is, it doesn't. They don't promise you nothing. They promise you nothing. No. You still have to wear masks. You still have to social distance. You still can't go into big arenas. You
Yeah.
know, so
It's not going to stop
there's
you
no
from
benefit.
contracting it. It's
It's
not going
not
to stop you
stopping
from
you
passing it.
passing it.
And all it's going to do is lessen your symptoms. It doesn't even treat the virus itself. Read it. I've read it. It just treats the symptoms. So I could go get a NyQuil and treat my symptoms easier than having, any genetic treatment going into my DNA to produce proteins that they never did before and change me genetically. No thanks.
Because you know your body, and being a nurse, I'd expect you to know that as well. But
Yes.
it's the other people that I'm frightened of, the ones that have been indoctrinated and they just give in to the fear and they give in to the government's, thinking that they're there to protect them and to, for their well-being,
Yeah, I can't speak for anyone but myself. And so this is me, but I think everyone should
It's your
have the right
opinion.
to make their own decision,
Exactly.
and
Yes,
like they said,
sovereignty. Yeah.
they all said my body, my choice, right?
Yeah.
Now
For,
that was applied
for
differently.
abortions,
Yeah.
which is still
Right.
happening today, it's my body, my right. All of a sudden, that's gone out the window. So how can you have one rule for that and a different rule for the other? It doesn't make sense.
No, and
If you can
that's
have
the
a rule for
hypocrisy.
my body, yeah, exactly. And they're going against the Hippocratic Oath as well.
And the Nuremberg trials.
And the Nuremberg trials, yeah.
So we'll see where that goes. I can't remember who was saying that, but they're saying that if Dr. Vernon Coleman, you guys read his stuff. One of our chat people, I think I knew who it was. Wascally Rabbit, I think it was her. She posted Dr. Vernon Coleman talking about this, and it was heartbreaking because he breaks down crying because he knows what's happening, But he says, and I know he's right, that if you're forced to do this, the person that's forcing you is now a war criminal because of that Nuremberg.
Yeah,
And
they should be held accountable, basically.
Yeah, so that's interesting, and I wonder if that'll go anywhere. Probably not, but it's something to think about.
It is definitely, like I said, it does feel like we're in an echo chamber, but it does feel like the message is getting out there, and it's slowly like building into a movement, if you like. That just people are just not accepting the narrative anymore. They know that there's more to the story.
Yeah, there's a lot more. Many people will take it, and if they're young and healthy and strong, they'll be okay for they're not going to drop dead or anything.
No.
And
That's the way they're going with the certificates, isn't it? It's like pay and play. I think media is saying it about, it's a pay and play. It's going to be we're turning into a pay and play society. We'll have a certificate if you want to fly or you want to go concert or you want to go work. The workplaces are now saying that they want to see your certificate, before you.
That's how they're
work.
doing it, though. So the federal government can't make it a law that you have to do it. They're
No.
counting on all the corporations, all the businesses, to do that themselves.
Yeah, to do the dirty work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But I heard about this one facility where all of the it was a medical facility, I think, skilled nursing, and all of the aides refused, every one of them. And
so they can't do nothing. Well, when people stand up on their feet and say no, they can't be touched. It's only because they try and get, they try and get the little weak person in the corner or something like that, and they put the pressure on them that they think, oh, well, I don't have a choice. That's the worst thing, isn't it? It's being told that it's like you don't have a choice. Oh, I might as well go go along to get along.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, but when they all stood together, it's different. It's a bit different story.
Exactly that, and that's why I wanted to do this channel, because I want people to realise that we are stronger together, and I'm just so glad to have met you and everybody else, because it gives me hope. Because together we are a world community that realise that there's more to it, and that there's a better way, shall we say? There's always alternatives. That's what people need to understand, and if they don't understand, they need to be asking the questions, Happy Few Suck says, Governor C, who's that? Oh, from New York City, is that Como? Yeah. Is pushing narrative that people can't wait to get this in their arms. Yeah. I think we know who it is, and it's just about money, really. We know how many millions and billions of dollars and pounds are going to be generated from Pfizer and all these other,
Yeah.
other
And it's part of the
companies.
programming, you know. You get on the tube and keep saying the same thing over and over and over again, and eventually people believe it.
Yeah, repetition. Yeah, by repetition.
But it's not true. I can't imagine people lining up for it. But then again, there are people that line up for it because they also create this false sense of scarcity, you know. And it's like, oh no, we're not going to have enough, and that gives that people like, oh my God, I better go get it, I better go, because they're
Yeah.
not going to have enough, and there's that false scarcity. They do the same thing with diamonds, for example, or
Yeah, well, we
precious
know
metals.
that diamond is a rubbish fallacy as well. But they did it over here with toilet paper. I was going to ask Kieran, did you ever see anyone fighting over toilet paper when we went shopping, Kieran?
So there actually one that someone.
You're breaking up. Say again.
Yeah, I saw or like someone when they had like toilet paper in their basket. It like someone scrubbed up just took all of it.
Because they have like maybe 5 packets or something. They're calling them greedy. That's what they're doing, making things scarce. So, well, they give the perception of scarcity, so people panic and do panic buying. They did that over here with the toilet paper. It's madness.
It is madness.
Actually got arrested for abuse.
Well, if you abuse someone, you're going to be arrested. That's still a criminal offence, isn't it? You know, you shouldn't be abusive to anyone else just because they're buying toilet paper. Is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Glad you can see that as well.
You break.
Yeah.
Say again. Breaking up.
Are you breaking up?
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore.
Can you hear me?
Just about.
Okay. Is this better?
A little bit, yeah. So yeah, it's terrible that people should be fighting over toilet paper, but that's how they do it. They make things seem to be scarce, so people panic buy, and they're doing the same with the jab, making people believe that there's not enough to go around. Oh, we'll have to prioritise the elderly or what have you, and it's wrong. It's wrong. But people can't see it, you know. Like I said, the best thing people can do is chuck their TVs out, or switch them off at least. At the very least, switch them off. I'm not asking them to chuck out their 50-inch, LCD, TV screen that cost them over £1,000. But at least switch it off and go and get yourself educated if you want to really know what's going on. Don't, like you said, not to be told what's going on, to actually find out and educate yourself.
It's hard to get educated when they're shutting down the schools.
Well, yeah, that's how they get you. They want us docile, they want us stupid. But there's a lot of people that are not stupid and not docile. And like I said, I think there's a groundswell. That's the word I was trying to remember. There is a groundswell, and I'm just hoping it's going to build up momentum by the time we get out of winter. And people start realising and say, look, we've had enough, because they know that if they stay shut, they're not going to reopen again, or these small businesses and the small to medium-sized businesses are not going to be around if they can't do business. I hear all the time, Boohoo keep buying up all these clothing companies because they can't afford to stay open anymore. Right,
but the education is suffering. It's been devastating to education, and the lockdowns in every country, and it's kids are failing. The percentages are sky. It's terrible what's happening, because it's happening in every country, and that means children in every single country are suffering through it with education. It's just a total disaster what they've done.
Well, we've got someone here. Do you think your education's suffered from the lockdowns?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's not good. I'm I must profess I do like homeschooling, but I understand, because of the system, parents have to work, so that they've made it. Because if you look in the old days, if I use Little House on the Prairie as an example, even they did a lot of homeschooling with their kids there, even though they did go to school. I remember they used to have a school teacher. I remember. And but a lot of the things they learned from the home, cooking, all the basic skills,
Yeah.
how to cook, how to grow, how to use money, say for today's thing. So yeah, it's being lost, and kids are being, like I said, they're not being taught the skills they need to help them in their life.
Wow.
Okay, I've got a knock on the door, and it might be someone you know. His name is Noah. I'm going to bring him on the stream. Welcome, Noah.
Is he there?
Hi, Noah.
Hi, Noah.
He needs to unmute his mic.
He's coming in. You're muted, Noah.
Yeah, hi Noah.
Maybe he doesn't expect to be put on.
He'll.
Sorry, I'll
There he
be there in a second.
No problem.
Awesome.
Welcome,
Yeah, I was
Noah.
reading just in this country that the failing children has increased by 83%, and that's huge. That's so big. They say they'll never recover from this. I mean, I don't know. It's a really bleak outlook, but up to 92% even in some places.
Failing in what? I'm not
in their
knocking.
courses.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying is, what education do kids get these days anyway? I mean, I call it
Right.
indoctrination, but like I said, if they're losing 85%, but what are they actually losing? I know the basic things that they need to know, how to read, how to
Right.
count, all the basic things, how to cook, how to manage the money, critical thinking. They don't teach critical thinking at school
No, they
anymore.
don't. That's up to the parents and the grandparents, but they're failing in their, just their coursework, and many of them aren't even showing up for it. But, if you can, I don't know. I don't use algebra in my life, even as a nurse. We don't
No.
use that,
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's certain things that they teach you. I mean, all right, historical facts, everyone can remember certain historical facts, but when do you ever use them in a day-to-day?
Well, unfortunately, even the historical facts that we read in our school books, or most of them aren't even true.
Yeah, exactly. It's their history. Oh dear.
Yeah, you don't make it. My daughter had a school project. It had to do with emissions in California, and so we had to do a diorama, a little model of it. And so we decided to stay more accurate to the history, and we did an excellent job. But we actually put trapped natives and being whipped and like slaves, and like their children are being taken away from them, and we made a real reality-based diorama. And
How did they mark it?
She got the best grade, but they hid it in the back of the displays. They didn't want people looking at it.
Sure. They didn't like it. It was too real. It was too real.
It was too real. But I'm not teaching her lies,
Yeah, exactly. Transparent media knows exactly where we're coming from with education. It's that Rocky fella. He wanted to debt slaves. He wanted people to just learn how to use the machines for making cars in the Ford factory and things like that. They didn't want a populace of individual thinking people.
No, and they did the same thing with the medical schools, and that's why the doctors can only think in this little box, and they literally can't think out of it in any way. It's even illegal for them to prescribe for cancer treatment anything other than chemo and radiation.
Yep, and that's criminal. That should be brought up as a Nuremberg, case. Really, that is, and I'm speaking from experience. I had to witness that from my own sister. It was heartbreaking, but at the time I didn't know of any alternatives. But what I do know now, I wouldn't have advised her to take chemo. That's for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had my mom go through what she went through. If I wish I could go back, just knowing what I know now, because she'd still be here, But we didn't know, and then
again, we're not given the alternatives, are we? We're said that we're given a narrative. We're saying this is the only course of action. When we know that there's so many different courses of action that you can take, but you're never given them. You're never given a choice, you know.
No.
You know?
And my dad and my brother, they took the alternative route, and they're still here today, and they're both strong.
That's good. Really
So
happy
yeah,
for them.
there are other ways.
And it works, you know. I mean, we hear about people who go through chemo. They only ever tell us about the people that succeeded in chemo. They never tell you about the people that didn't, you know.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people do succeed, and thank God. It's really hard to get through, and I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
Of course not. But worse than that is to condemn someone to a treatment that you know is like, I don't even know what chemo is, 50-50 or whatever it is. But do you know what I mean? To just only give them that narrative and not say, but if you want, there are other, you know, even if I, as a computer engineer, if someone came to me with a machine and said, you know, it's broken, can you fix it? And I know that it could be fixed if we just say change the processor. But some other person would say, oh no, you need a whole new machine. Hey, I've got one here you can have. You know, you're not giving them an alternative. I could say to them, well, you only need to change your processor and put some extra RAM in it and your machine's going to be fine. But it's never, like I said, these options are never put on the table. It's just that you're just given A and B and that's it, you know?
Yeah. Someone says, what is it? Who said that? I can't read it. No doctor would ever have chemo. You know, the average the average lifespan of American doctors in this country is 57 years.
Yeah, and that's not because of chemo or because of cancer.
No, it's just because they buy their own narrative, they take their own medications, and they die because those things will kill you.
Because they're not being educated in the other forms of medicine. You know, I mean,
right.
There was two streams of medicine, wasn't there? There was the what's it called? I've gone now. The herbalist route, shall we say, and the chemicalist route. And it's only because of that Rockefeller that we went the chemical, because he's the one who paid for all the medical universities and everything else,
right,
to force that indoctrination on the doctors, you know, rather than saying, well, we've got this kind of medicine, we've got the herbalists, we've got the natural remedies, and we've got the chemical ones. And I'm not saying that the chemical ones are all bad. You know, we all take a headache tablet when we have a headache. Whether it's a placebo, I don't know, but it seems to work for me. You know, well, I'm not advising
our minds
because I'm not
can heal
medical advice.
Very well sometimes. Our mind, we have a very powerful mind, but people have. I just read Apathy Sucks comment right there. She made it through chemo, but has had to deal with awful ramifications for years, and it created many health issues for her. That's what people are. That's what's happening, and
that's what they don't tell you.
Exposure is everywhere. You know, in our pocket we have a cell phone. That thing is not supposed to be within 5 millimeters of your body, or it will give you. It can literally give you tumors wherever you put it. If you keep it in your back pocket, oh, he's back.
Yeah,
he's back.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, it states in the booklet that it has to be a certain centimeters away from your body at all times, and all 5. The pocket protectors and all the belt loop hangers, all that stuff, it clearly states it should not even have like a metal back plate either.
So you're just irradiating yourself right there.
Yeah, correct. And all the tests I did on a adult male head, and even then it was 3 feet away from his head.
Yes.
A military soldier, an average-sized man from the military.
Yeah. They don't even mention it on children. You know how powerful it is. Because they haven't tested it. No, well, they can't. It would be, again, against the Nuremberg Code to test, you know, like they're doing with the jabs now. It's against the Nuremberg Codes because they're using us as guinea pigs. And they said we shouldn't be forced to have anything experimental done on us. You know?
But
hey, Mr.
we are
Pitt,
being...
Maybe you can correct this for me. Is it Nuremberg with an M or Nuremberg with an N? And
I say Nuremberg. Hang on, Nuremberg.
No, because see, here's the thing. We've been going back and forth in another group. Is that again, words are being twisted. Yes, they reference NURNBE, and it's with an accent over the U. So Nuremberg was the original location in the trials. They've changed the name so that you spell it wrong. So it's Nuremberg. So NUREMBERG. They literally have us running around. We don't even know what we're saying half the time. the correct spelling should be Nuremberg with an N-U-R-N Berg.
They
And
confuse
it's
the language.
exactly. So they change it every time. So when we reference something, we're not even getting that right. And yes,
Well,
they do
I've just googled it, and out of 5, there 4 of them are misspelt.
correct. So you do get Nuremberg, which is the original, and they say it can be spelled Nuremberg. So again, which one you're referencing, I think matters. And so that's, again, if you're claiming the Nuremberg Code, I mean, you're wrong. So if you go back to the Nuremberg trials and you spell it correctly, I think you actually understand history. You're not getting fooled, right? You're getting the proper history in that way. Anyway, so just pay attention to the things that you're saying too, because that's what we've been looking at. Is that
I know words matter, so I appreciate you correcting me there.
No, it's not even correcting. It's just I'm trying to get it right too, because I've had people argue over that, and it's a stupid spelling. It shouldn't even have 2, right? Or 2, and 2. So we don't even know what we're saying, right? I just want to make sure that we all get that on the same boat.
Yeah.
And I'm learning
One way
that
to
too.
confuse us.
Yeah, don't confuse it. Don't confuse each other.
Words mean something, and they do that. That they switch the words around, and they make one word will mean 2 different things. It's the same word, but it has 2 different meanings, or even an opposite meaning. And it's just the one way that they confuse the language because of through spelling.
Even in law, there's legalese over here. We call it legalese because
it's here too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a totally different language, like you said, because they have different meaning. It's like if a policeman over here comes and says to you, "Do you understand?" He's not asking you, "Do you comprehend?" He's saying, "Do you stand under?" That's what he's saying. Do you stand under the rule of, whatever it is, the rule of law, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Yep. Would you mind having another caller on?
I'm allowed up to 6, so yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll see how it goes and see if Transparent Media will jump on.
How have you been anyway? How's things with you?
It's just one of those things. What I mentioned, or at least I caught earlier from you guys talking, was they do the 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and to your point, it's getting to the point where are the people that are fed up with this, or the businesses that are going to be so screwed that they might as well just be open in lieu of some supposed fine they're going to get from the health department? It's not even like a threat of prison time or anything like that, or something serious. It's just like this fine from the health department. So I don't understand what that threat or where that really comes from.
Which none of them have been endorsed or followed through. I know over in this country, so many people have had fines, and they say they never hear anything from. We've got a council, so they don't get any letters from the council or anything like that. They just get issued. They just get issued loads of this kind of funny paper. That doesn't actually mean or do anything. It's just, again, it's a scare tactic, isn't it? It's a fear thing.
Yeah, well, when I called the Rayleigh's headquarters. I called Ace Hardware, or the wood store over here. I called the local Alameda County Sheriff's Department, and I called the health department. 2 people allowed me to record them. One of them said, from Rayleigh's, there is no law to enforce the masks, and of course you could go in there without a mask. And then I was telling her, if I get assaulted by any of your employees or a customer, I will hold you accountable, etc. And they didn't really like that, but they admitted there's no mask law. Then I called the sheriff's department. They couldn't let me talk to the sheriff at the time, but I had gotten deferred. They literally said, there's no law, there's nothing we can reference, but we're going to have to send you off to the health department. So I called the health department and I said, where do you get off trying to enforce this stuff if the cops can't even tell me, or sheriffs, I should say, can't tell me there's a law? Then how do you enforce it? And she said, well, we have a quote unquote partnership with the sheriff's department to enforce a government code. And the government code stated that anybody that willfully or knowingly ignored a rule or an order just got a fine of $1,000 or a misdemeanor. So the government code is what they're enforcing on people that it doesn't apply to. I don't understand how that applies to me. I never contracted with them that I agreed that this government code or this health code has anything to do with me, when I can clearly show by the numbers that it's not even a statistic. Like statistically, this isn't even a large event.
The sheriff's job is to enforce law.
Yeah, no, it's more than that, because like I said before, no business would go in and spend a bunch of money on plexiglass and stickers, keeping people away. It's not a grocery store's business to monitor or take care of my health. So any business that's doing that is definitely being coerced into applying some kind of system in place. Because again, you walk into the ER, now all of a sudden they have iPads to biometrically scan your face. Well, how did they get the money for that? Where was that ever produced? You know, why did this happen and never done before with the flu? And if the flu disappeared, then how is it that everything's being labeled as Rona? And, you know, again, statistically, there's no mass over death. You know what I mean? It's not like last year there were 8 million deaths and all of a sudden now there's 25 million deaths. That's not even the case in that.
Yeah, the excess mortality rates do not back up a virus at all.
No,
if you look at where people, if you look at like the numbers of like countries where they were really hard hit, you'll see that one of them was devastated and the one right next to it wasn't. And that's not the way a virus behaves.
Well, no, I have to go back to the initial rollout of this whole thing, starting on a cruise ship. If these people are sequestered into a ship with a bunch of people that are sick and some people are not, some people were supposedly in same rooms with people that are sick, 2,000 people should have died right there. You know, an entire ship should have been a ghost ship out on the port of San Francisco. Think about it. You know, we didn't have a 9/11 every day when one of those things pulled up. So, I mean, if it was five ships, we should have had 15,000 people dead right there. And that didn't happen.
It would have spread, and then you would see a spread right where it docked, and there's no evidence to back that up at all.
Nope, and still no patient zero, so they don't know how it became a person got afflicted with it. And then from what I've been told in the past, the only ability for a virus, let's say it was a story about people that went to do some bat studies. I think it was in Africa. I butcher this all the time because I get bits and pieces. They went out there and let's say they were observing these millions of bats coming out of the cave, and apparently some of the bats pooped on them and they got whatever this hantavirus, but it doesn't spread to other people. It infected them, they got sick, they died. But the veracity of it, the virology of it, it doesn't pass to other people. Since it's a foreign agent or foreign thing in that body at the time, that person's going to die. But will it infect someone else? Unlikely, because it doesn't even know how to survive in the host. So why would a virus that's A, not alive, be transmissible to a bunch of people and replicate if it's not alive? That's what they claim. Viruses are not alive, but then it all of a sudden creates protein in your body that kills you. I mean, why would it kill you if it needs you to reproduce and it needs you to reproduce and it needs you to spread? Why would it kill the host off?
So there's something else going on.
Well, that's why I think it's related to 5G and an oxygen problem. You're basically suffocating, and it probably is a natural reaction for your body to produce that type of webbing to change your lung function, or it's a stress mechanism, kind of like you would if you ate milk and you're lactose intolerant, your body just starts producing mucus and all that kind of stuff. In my opinion, you're probably just suffocating in your own open air suffocation.
Like an allergic reaction, like an intense that's the excess immune response right there, where your body starts attacking itself.
Exactly.
Back in a minute.
Okay.
TMT said he'd be there in a little while, but then my point is that again, we should have seen excessive amount of deaths early on. We should still see that now, and the fact that they're not even keeping track of the flu should question everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you look it up, and I've done this, and I've looked into it, the excess mortality rates, and there's actually a chart that'll show you like, in every country, and it doesn't, it's just not adding up. If it just doesn't make any sense, really. Not if we're to believe the narrative, that is. Right.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. And I have a hard time believing them anyway, because it's just my, I guess, deprogramming. I've had a little bit of my own, on my own doing. So.
Yeah, you've got a BS immunity.
Well, no television is one of them. I'm a guilty binge watcher of things that are pre-recorded. You know what I mean? But I'm not watching live commercials and the quote unquote mainstream narratives, generally speaking. So I'm relying on you guys, other people's dissemination of information. I mean, even though most are opinions, yet they're still valid to take into consideration. If someone experiences something and they are like, this is strange, I have every right to go look at that and question whether or not it's strange for me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
when the Tiffany
when we saw Tiffany keel over, you know, that made a lot of people question
Yeah.
what was going on, you know, a nurse. And then, like you even said, you know, she wouldn't be employed as a nurse if she
No.
had that condition,
Right.
you know. So to me, it's everything is gearing towards our immune system, and the people that are suffering at the moment are the elderly people who have got a weak immune system. That's why they're going for the homes. That's why, you know, there was so many mortalities in New York, because they were being sent away from the hospitals and being sent into the homes, where, like I said, there's no expectation of life there. You know, they're already at end of life, and they're counting all these people who were supposed to die that year anyway, this year, last year, and they're all saying that they died with not of, you know, and that's how they're getting the numbers. And
Well, if you
still,
look at if you look at the economy, you look at how much money people probably had to pay out in pensions and insurance and all that stuff. It's probably easier, like Bill Gates a long time ago said, that they needed some kind of death panel, right? Would they rather pay for teachers or pay for the elderly healthcare system or their healthcare treatments? And then he said, you know, we really shouldn't be talking about death panels here. So they've already had this in place. They're going to let people live that they want to live, and they're going to just not give the treatments. They're going to just have dancing nurses around, right? They're just going to go dance around, prep for these dances on TikTok while there's supposed pandemic in place, right? They had a whole bunch of time to prep themselves.
That was embarrassing.
I was irate because here's a little story too. Prior to that, there was a situation in California where a politician had stated that the nurses have all the time on their hands to play cards, just to sit around and do nothing. Right, and the nurses were just irate that this woman would state that these nurses have all the time in the world, and then this comes out that they have all the time in the world to do this TikTok during the pandemic when multiple people were being intubated and putting on O2, machines. They would have never had time to do that. And don't you think a lot more people would be distraught and a little more upset instead of having been furloughed? Laid off, you know, all this stuff that happened in California is that they understaffed all the hospitals, and then it had an influx of people, and then all of a sudden they're overloaded. Why? They let go of all their employees.
Yeah, there was no staff to take care of them.
There was there was nothing excess. They ran out of work to do, so they sent people home. Does that make sense? So if the woman that was on Crow's show not too long ago stated the same thing, that they furloughed people and they laid people off, it's supposed the busiest time of the year as well, right? So normally in the quote unquote flu season, right, when everybody gets their shots, this thing magically breaks out in flu season. If that's an excess, and we know it gets excess in like December, January, February, well, why would they lay off people? And then if you have the excess people going to ICUs, why would they lay off people or furlough people? I don't know. You know, I don't have those answers, and the people that are in those positions aren't talking. And they
but at least you're asking the questions. Then that's what we need: people to be questioning.
Well, I challenge the doctors, or at least the people that I'm trying to know, but they don't want to talk to me because they would rather go have a beer and talk about nice things. And I want challenging stuff because I want people to open their eyes when they go back to work. You know?
Some people don't like to open their eyes because they just want to, drone on, and they have that sense of everything's fine, and nothing.
I'm gonna give props to my girlfriend, because at least when she goes through she has police officers and other people show up into the ER and stuff. It's like she's putting her foot down now. She's questioning these people, or she's questioning the situations that come up, or the ways that they've been treating people or behaving. I mean, some people were openly talking about other patients. That's HIPAA violations.
That is violation.
Like the cops calling 5150s on patients and then leaving the hospital, and the person assaults somebody, but they won't arrest the person because they're on a 5150 hold. Does that make sense?
No.
So three people wanted to press charges and one person didn't, and the cops wouldn't arrest them just because the person was on a 5150 hold.
Explain the 5150.
Okay,
I don't understand that.
Yeah. So essentially, police and hospitals have they have special codes. So in police speak, they have like 10 codes. So 10-4, 10-20, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So one of them is called a 5150 hold. It's called a psychiatric hold, more or less. So if the person's out on the street, naked, ranting at themselves, and
if they're a danger to themselves or others,
and if they start showing that they're a danger and they exhibit those behavior and dangers, and they say things, they just put you in leather restraints and put you on a gurney. And what happens is if the cops put the 5150, the cops have to sit and babysit that person. Even if they're in the hospital, they have to have a babysitter. Now, if the hospital puts a 5150, it's the hospital's responsibility, and they just get a security guard to watch. Now,
it's a 72-hour hold. A 5150 is for 72 hours.
Right, in 3 days. Yes, exactly. So unless they're cleared, they can't leave the hospital. But unless they're cleared by a doctor, the cop couldn't arrest them. So there's
again, it's about accountability. It's about accountability, and they're just given rule of law sort of to ride buckshot over everything.
Well, Mr. Pitt, I hate to tell you, it's different than that. It's actually procedural. If nobody knows how to follow the processes that have been put in place, it throws a wrench in it, and it comes to a screeching halt. So that's the point that I've been trying to make, is that if you go against the procedural process, you'll win because they have nothing to contest it. It's a straightforward process. You put your names on these pieces of paper, it goes through all these channels, then you get a bill or a statement in the mail, right? Well, half this stuff, if you challenge it, I mean, they can't move on. I mean, they just don't have ways to fix it. It's not been rectified. It's just
you can do that with your credit report, can't you?
The credit history is a private business that they just get aggregated data and they sell it back to you as if like it's important.
Right, but you can challenge what's on your report. If they don't have the original signature that you signed, you can literally write them and say, take this off my report unless you can prove to me. And yeah, nobody does this, nobody knows that, but you can actually have your credit report basically cleaned up unless they have the actual stuff, because like you're saying, it's procedural.
Unless you have a wet signature contract with almost anyone, the contract that they've purchased is null and void. Because again, I didn't contractually agree to you to sell off my debt to someone else. And for you to stupidly pay, pennies on a dollar for someone else's debt that I don't want to pay for, you have no legal obligation to even force me to do it. So there's no way that a lot of this stuff holds up if we, to Mr. Pitt's point earlier, is that we all say no. And they have no right to do that to us. So when we know how to say no and we feel comfortable in it, then it should work.
You're right. No, the onus is on them when you get to that point. They have to come up with the wet signature. They won't. So they will have to, what do they call it, expunge?
Or they have to just wipe it clean. Well, basically, any transaction has to get down to zero, right? A balance book, any kind of balances, they just have to be zero. So what you're trying to do is just zero it out. There's no debt and there's nothing to owe.
And
there wasn't anything to owe in the first place, right?
Yep. And they do have a place on the ledger for, what do they call it? Lost revenue, or I forget what the name on the ledger is, but they will chalk it up to, okay, we're just going to write off. It's like a write-off.
It's a write-off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep. And nobody knows.
This is what we need. We need to know how to withdraw our support from this system and how to do it successfully. So I'm glad you guys are talking about this.
Yeah,
I'm going to start by, it's ultimately up to you, I guess, in this way to file your own paperwork, because that's what paper does. Paper works, right? So we have to understand how that paper works for us. And what I've been seeing from other people is just a simple letter to some state official or whatever that's notarized and tracked and all that stuff that clearly states, you can't prove that you're my property or I'm your property. And you have to prove that I have a contractual obligation to do any of this stuff. And since most of the acts or policies or laws never state a flesh and blood man or woman is obligated to be in contract with any of them, it states a person. And you look back in the legalese terms of person, and it's just a corporation. And without the definition of natural person in place, it still doesn't apply to you. It doesn't apply to anybody. And so what this applies to are corporate employees, people that work in government. That's who it applies to 99.99% of the time. Those are the only people that a governor can control is their employee, which is another government, whatever.
Entity.
Yeah.
Or as you say, a corpse oration, right?
Corpse oration, yeah. Because they are dead entities, right? So we are a dead entity that we're surety for, or we claim to be that surety. Because every time have you ever looked at a checkbook, Mr. Pitt? You ever looked at a check? Look at a check.
Yeah.
Why do you sign on a dotted line? Why does it ever say sign on a dotted line? Why not a solid line?
I knew it, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
So look at anybody that's out there listening. Get your checkbook. Notice that your name never is in upper and lower case, and on the line that you're signing on, it's it says MP on the very far right side, and it says microprint, and the lettering on the line says authorized signature only, or authorized. I'm butchering because I don't have one in front of me. But regardless, you're giving yourself, you are putting yourself down as the surety to be responsible for this, because the person in the upper left corner can't sign for it because they're not real. So why the uppercase in the left corner, and then why the upper and lowercase in the right-hand corner on a dotted line that says authorized signature or authorized representative? You're representing that uppercase name. And what I've heard is that if you go back and try to even get the bank account to put a lowercase name on there, they'll likely just close your account. They won't acknowledge it, and they'll just close your account. So be careful if you want to go try that.
So what's with it? Why does it have to be uppercase?
Because they took, basically what I understand is the placenta. You abandoned it on the land. So what happened was you abandoned the property that brought you here. That was your vessel in your mother's womb on the sea of commerce, basically, right? In the birth canal, right? So we were birthed by a doctor. So the doctor, doctored the paperwork, or dockets.
This is maritime. You're talking maritime.
Yeah, maritime law, yeah.
Exactly. Because it's all water-based. Right?
Yeah.
So once we were brought in on our vessel, and this thing that we abandoned when we got here became refuge, and so by the process of claim, right, that it ended up on our hospital floor. It's our property now, and you never claimed it. And the problem is that they turn around and they take that DNA, which is not really even you or mother, it's something else, and then that's supposedly what they're attaching, and that's why the term, I guess, you're your brother's keeper. That is your brother, as your twin, and you're just the controlling entity to that dead brother. Super weird. I mean, that's kind of what I get, the gist of it. So essentially, is once we've been docked to the land, or to the paperwork, because you never set foot on the land, right? They put a baby's foot on a piece of paper. So you're not even, what are you at that point?
Yeah, they take a print on the paper right after birth.
Yeah. Why the foot? Why the soul?
The soul.
What soul did they take from you? Mm-hmm. God, I can do this forever. Okay, keep going. More questions.
Well, and if people want to know what Noah is speaking to, is a lot of what Derek Soroka, which is a buddy of Noah's, and Dean Clifford up in Canada speak to this. And we can even talk about what's that?
Andrew James, I think is his name, of Canada. He's the same thing. All you got to do is understand who gave you right to administrate property, or who. Can you administrate property without right? What gave you the right to administrate my property, my body? And then if you do any of that, you're trespassing.
Right. Yeah, there's Larkin Rose speaks to this stuff as well. I mean, this is quality.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Larkin Rose's videos, and they make absolute sense. I did O-level law, so that's the knowledge that I have, but it just speaks volumes to me what he says.
And Mr. Pitt, if you go back and find Disenthrall, he's a great guy about the same voluntarism and non-aggression principle. Disenthrall, DISENTHRAL, or 2 L's, Disenthrall.
Okay.
And I can send it to you later. Great discussions. That's the type of thing we need to talk about. Is just these government entities that are claiming ownership, claiming that they can change all this stuff. And what I can't understand is why any business would agree to it. Why did they shut down? And I've heard that if the government shuts your business down for any reason, you're entitled to back pay, or they have to reimburse you for all the time that they've shut you down. And so if they close the courts, how did anybody have recourse for that?
They've even frozen some business owners' accounts that have refused to shut down.
Well, then do cash, right? Do cash or Bitcoin. Say screw the system.
Yeah.
Or barter with it. I don't care.
Exactly. It's the information. Information is power. But unfortunately, there's a lot of lazy people that just don't want to find out, and they don't understand it would be for their betterment. They could have such a wonderful life, or at least a better life than they've got at the moment, like I said, we talked about tax, we talked about a lot of things, but if people just found out, they could make their life so much better, and they could have such a better standard of living than they're living now, because at the moment they're working for the corporation, they're working for the man, they're working for the tax office, they're working for whoever, but they're not working for themselves. And it just takes a bit of education just to find these bits of information out. And
that's the hardest part. Yeah,
that's and following it through, like you said. Once you know the law, you can stand by it. You know,
that's right.
But a lot of people don't know the law, so they don't stand by it, and they're intimidated by the law, unfortunately. And a lot of police departments, you know, are going above and beyond their scopes, you know, and enforcing these, you know, these ideas on people.
Well, then all they have to do now is start to write in cursive, and they're going to confuse the hell out of people. You know what I mean? They can write all these laws, and what they do with the legalese is they just put in terms that are reference this section back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What does that turn into? It looks like a word game in court. You know, does that make sense? You have to go to this section to read this section, to read that section, to understand the full veracity of those laws and those, you know, it should be all in simple terms that we can understand it. And since it's not understandable, what do you expect?
It's circular logic is what they do, and they get people confused, then cue the deer in the headlights look, and they give up. What I fear has happened is you look at it like an animal farm. When a cattle has been raised and fed all his life to be slaughtered, well, that's kind of what's happened to society. We've become so lazy. We want everything given to us, and everything has been so easy with the big, you know, whatever you want, the big box stores, everything easy. And now we've got to work for it, and most people don't want to work for it. They don't know how to work for it. They don't know the process, so they're going to succumb to this system. That's my fear.
Well, that's crazy that you brought that up, because AZ Nurse shared something the other day that was the Colburn Bible. And part of it was saying that you don't get anything from being in easy times. You don't achieve anything good or great from being easy. For being easy, you have to do the hard stuff.
Yeah,
and that's the only way that
nothing is easy. Nothing worth anything is easy.
That's right.
Draw that correlation right to coaching and athletics. Absolutely.
And again, it goes down to the education system, because we're not given or equipped with the mental gymnastics needed to navigate these waters, you know?
Yep.
Well, you can't have any mental thought process if you're basically chemically neutered and you have no ability to actually question anybody, because if you challenge that authority, where do you go? You go into detention, right? Immediately taught that you go into solitary confinement because you challenge the system. Nobody wants to be alone. Nobody wants to feel like they're being, you know, isolated and ridiculed for just being different.
Right. Nobody in the educational system wants to be questioned.
Well, I mean, do you think children give a shit, excuse my French, but when they go running around on a field or they go and making comments, and do they care? They don't care what they do or look like or how they, you know, dance around and scream. You know, all that turns into judgment by other people, and which shuts them up and stops them from talking, stops them from asking questions. You know, it comes down to, if you're not allowing anybody to continue on with their just kind of, how to put it, childish ways, then we're going to be in this, that we have the government parent taking control over us.
Yeah, it's like we're living in the film, you know, They Live, you know, they don't want us to put the sunglasses on. They don't want us to see the truth, that they just want us to be obedient, you know, people who, you know, consumers, yeah, exactly. And they don't want us to see exactly what their little trickeries are. But like I said, this is the whole point of this channel, is to bring people together, to explain that there is a world of information that you can get that will just make your life so much better once you know the law and you can stand in the law. And I'm not telling anyone or advocating to anyone to break the law. If you just know the law, you can use it on your side to make it better, to, like I said, to stand your ground, so you don't have to do this, you don't have to take that, and you don't have to pay that. And if we all did that, then, like I said, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. They wouldn't have a leg to stand on. I think that's the point. You know, they know that they're losing the grip. That's why the vice grip that they're trying to do is tightening and tightening. That's why, like I said, if you said it a year ago that we'd be all here talking about this situation, everyone would say, "You're crazy. You're crazy."
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do.
It's the truth. It's the truth that needs to come out. The truth that needs to come out is that we have been lied to from the time we was born until we die. Basically, we're lied
that's
to.
what they've always wanted, was cradle to grave control, and they have that.
Well, they perceive that they've got that. Like I said, that's why they're losing their grip now. That's why we're having all these measures put into place, because they know they're losing their grip. So they're gaining on. They're hoping that the majority rules. So when the majority doesn't want to question anything, that everyone's going to go along with it. And there's only going to be a few pockets of resistance from like ourselves and things like that. But it's a groundswell. The way I see it, it's a groundswell, and people have got the time now to investigate. I know a lot of people are still stuck in their Netflix or whatever, but like I said, if they just come on YouTube, there's so much information out there. That's where I got mine, and we wake up to the truth that we are sovereign beings. We're captains of our own ship, and we have the choice of our own destinies.
Back on the sea.
I think they're censoring the majority is the problem. They're making it seem like their narrative is the majority by the censorship. But if they remove the shadow banning and all the censorship, I believe we are the majority, and they know it, and that's why they're censoring us.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. But also, just look at how many YouTube channels have been taken off the air in the last couple of years. And to me, that's alarming.
Yeah, all the good ones.
Let me read you something real quick. One young devil asked the old man, "How did you manage to bring so many souls to hell?" The old devil answered, "I instilled fear in them." Answers the youngster, "Great job, and what were they afraid of? Wars, hunger?" Answers the man, "No, they were afraid of the disease." For this youngster, does this mean they didn't get sick? Are they not dead? There was no rescue for them? The old man answered, "But no, they got sick, died, and rescue was there." The young devil, surprised, answered, "Then I don't understand." The old man answered, "They believed the only thing that they had to keep at any cost is their lives. They stopped hugging, greeting each other. They moved away from each other. They gave up all social contacts and everything that was human. Later, they ran out of money, lost their jobs, but that was their choice because they were afraid of their lives. That's why they quit their jobs without even having bread. They believed blindly everything they heard and read in the papers. They gave up their freedoms. They didn't leave their own homes literally anywhere. They stopped visiting family and friends. The world turned into such a concentration camp without forcing them into captivity. They accepted everything just to live at least one more miserable day, and so living, they died every day. And that's how it was very easy for me to take the miserable souls to hell." And that was C.S. Lewis, Old Devil's Letters to the Young.
Wow.
In 1942. Yep.
Wow.
I know it's crazy, but there was another comment from a YouTube channel yesterday that I saw that basically stated that the LA Times needs to step up on their fear tactic, basically, because it's not working. Somebody saw that people were running around without their masks on, and they're like, "You have to hype this some more. You're not doing your job. You're not pushing the agenda harder." And it's just crazy what
that
the
fear
mindset.
out. That's how it's controlled. People are easily controlled by fear. It's psychological.
I can only speak for myself, but like I said, from the time that I stepped out of fear, which was about 4 years ago, like I said, I don't fear anything now, and I can just see with clarity. And I can add something to Noah's story, because I think Zed Nurse knows this story. I had a prophetic dream the other day where a lady came into the house. It was Jodie from Happy Days, and come and sat in a little chair and was just staring at me, and I just stared back, and within a matter of seconds, her face changed from Jodie from Happy Days to Jack Nicholson to the devil. And I called him out. I said, "You're the devil. You need to get out." And like I said, that just it typifies the way I'm feeling. Like I said, I can face anything now. If I can face the devil and tell him to pee off, then I can face a government who's trying to put force in their doctrination on the people of this world and this country, whatever. But I thought I'd just mention that because it still brings me with goosebumps when I think about it. But yeah, that's what people need to do. They need to face their fears, face the devil. I mean, whatever it is, like you said, like Noah said, it for most people it's death. There's no promise of life. We wake up every morning and we live that day. I live that day like it's my last, because tomorrow's not promised. But if you live in fear that you might die if you walk out your house, you're going to compromise yourself. You're going to compromise the way you think, the way you feel, the way you do things.
That's right.
People are going to cross the street from you when you walk past them without a mask, because they believe that you could kill them. And like Noah said, the corporations and the news media, they have to ramp it up, because the people are not believing the BS anymore. They know that, because we've been in it a year now. We would have seen people dropping like flies in the street, if it was as bad as they say. But people can see that it's not. So that's why they're having to ramp up the fear.
Oh, yeah. Well, we gave them these powers all of a sudden on March 11th last year. You think they're ever going to let this go? You think that they're ever going to let their power get taken back or minimized in any way? Or I mean, it just gets to the point where, what did they say? The power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I mean, it's whatever it is.
Yeah.
These people, like I said before, beg to get you into that position, and then all of a sudden they're forcing you to do things that they didn't. Again, that wasn't on the ballot,
No, but that's what people have to understand, that we give them the power. We're the ones that give the police the authority to police us. By consent in this country, and that's what people forget. They forget that we are actually the employees, and they are the employee. We are the employers, and they're the employee. And they get it mixed up. They get it totally mixed up.
Well, I was looking at the county charters. I talked to a guy named Clint Richardson, and part of his background was looking into something called a Corporate Annual Financial Report, or CAFR, CAFR. And what he made a point of is you can go to your county, you can go to your city, you can go to your state, and you can look up, California CAFR. And they disclose all the money that they've invested in. And they literally show that the government owns a controlling share in most corporations. I mean, the fact that stuff is hidden in plain sight just blows me away. But then when you go back and even look at the county charter of the county I live in, one of the first things it states in the county charter is the people. And then it shows the governor, and then it shows the other, council people in the government. We started that. We allowed it to take place. So
we need to take it back, really, because corporation is a dead entity, and that's how they're allowed to do all the egregious things that they're doing, because they hide behind that. Yeah, they hide behind the corporation.
Yep. Well, the corporate veil. What do you think you're doing when you mask yourself? That's a corporate veil. You are a corporate entity. You're a corpse. You're a dead entity, and you just put a corporate veil on you. You don't communicate any better, right? Now you communicate less. You don't even look at each other in the eye anymore. I see people that are ashamed of themselves.
Because they know it's wrong. Deep down, if they followed their gut, they would know. Like I said, I followed my gut for a long time, and it's never let me down. And like I said, a healthy gut, I think, means equals a healthy life, or at least healthy decision making. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, if you have a fogged up judgment because your body's inflamed or you're having these reactions to all these chemicals and such, I mean, yeah, what state are you going to be in?
Yeah, that's what they're counting on, aren't they? A weak populace is easier to control, isn't it?
Oh well, if you're trying to constantly correct your health, or like a friend of mine who had some gastric bypass and now is $1 million in debt because the medical establishment screwed up his procedure, and I think if I remember correctly, possibly left a sponge inside of him and caused some kind of weird infection, and now he's just been back to the hospital almost every month last year. And the fact that that had nothing to do with him, and the fact that he's in debt for someone else's mistake, should never be a situation. And he's more concerned about how he's going to pay his rent versus what the Rona is doing. But he's afraid that Rona is going to kill him, so he's not going to leave his home to get a job. So how is he going to pay his medical bills? He's likely going to commit suicide. So
why isn't he suing them? I don't understand. If there was fault there and provable fault,
There's there's blame, there's a claim, basically.
Yeah, well, I don't know how that works, but he agreed to a procedure. So he got the gastric bypass. I don't know if they figured out what his health condition was until it was too late and he had already racked up. I don't know the story until I saw that he had $1 million bill. I don't understand that at all. You know?
He would have to prove that they did something wrong. And that, and that's going to take a lawyer, which takes money, which takes time, and it doesn't look like he has a whole lot of that.
No.
Yeah.
Or the strength.
I'm just trying to point out the things that I've seen or witnessed from people within, my 6 foot radius, right? These experiences shouldn't happen.
They say that doctors are the third leading cause of death in this country.
There's a term for it. It was like
nosocomial.
Okay, that's one of them. There's another term I heard.
Oh, you're talking about Munchausen syndrome?
Being diagnosed by a doctor saying that you're sick. Or, sorry, the doctor keeps saying that you're sick and we're going to treat you, and you believe that you're sick because they keep telling you that?
Right, and then you end up acting sick. Yeah,
right.
It's Munchausen. I believe it's Munchausen.
Yeah. By proxy. By proxy, yeah.
They do that to, like, cancer patients. They told my brother after his surgery, his brain surgery, that he had 2 years. And he was so affected by it. And I went and I said, no, they're wrong. They don't know. And
yeah, they don't know.
As a matter of fact, you're not going to die in 2 years. You're going to be just fine. You're going to probably live to be, 80, 90 years old. And you have to know it. You have to believe it. And my brother is doing fine today. 5 years later, 6 years later, he's doing fine because he believed it. And,
well, see, that's why I'm worried.
Tell someone, that you're going to die in a year. They believe that.
Well, that's why I'm worried that my mom's going to start taking that radiation because, again, a blanket catch-all was, yes, we removed this thing. Yes, we cut you open. Yes, we removed this thing. But we're just going to make you take the radiation because it's just kind of like just in case. And I was telling her, why would they just willy-nilly give you this if not only did they not know if it's going to spread anymore, but you're going with something that they would give a radical treatment to someone that was like in stage 4 versus you that not even in stage 1.
For prophylactic radiation, that's insane.
I don't understand because if it's a breast cancer and she was sleeping near a Wi-Fi meter for almost a year or two, don't you think if she kind of mitigated that and then started eating healthier and after I guess they took the biopsy and they removed it or the duct is clear or whatever, why would she go through radiation? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And I even asked her, did you ask your oncologist, would they give this to their family member? And they said, oh, yeah, the oncologist was like, yes, I would totally give it to my family. And I'm like, can you prove it? Can you prove that this person actually would give it to their family, Yeah,
but that's the only therapy that they prescribe. You got to get your mom into a naturopathic doctor and get her on a vitamin IV trip.
I'm trying. She complains that it costs too much money. I'm like, because your insurance won't cover that, but it'll cover the radiation. It just blows my mind. So I've been trying to get Rob. Rob has pointed me in the right direction. She'd have to come down here, and it's a long story.
My dad had cancer, and he went through the chemo, but he went to a naturopathic doctor. He started getting the high dose vitamin C. And using silver nasal and my dad's fine. My dad's perfect now. So there's so many different therapies. Look up a naturopathic doctor. Vitamin C, IV drip. It's a high dose.
I'm way ahead of you.
So many wonders. Especially after surgeries or cancer treatments. It's just I've seen it work. So.
And get rid of the metals. Get the IV. Do what you can to get the metals out of your body. That's huge.
You mentioned it before. Tichitrula or something. Tichitrula.
Chelation.
Is it chelation?
It's CHELATION. Chelation. I always call it chelation, or I call it something stupid.
Yeah, I might be mispronouncing it, but
it's chelating. It's chelating. I've heard it chelating.
Under professional supervision, though, because it's very dangerous. What you're doing is you're stirring up the metals inside your body, and they could end up in places you don't want them. So make sure if you were able to do it, and of course insurance won't pay for it. There's a reason why no insurance will pay for it. So it's going to be out of pocket, 100%. But your metabolism will speed up. So many benefits you'll feel from going through that procedure.
How long does it take?
So no amount of cilantro. Yeah, so no amount of cilantro will chelate like this stuff does.
Correct. Yeah, nutrition and sweat is the only other way to get the metals out of your body. But depending on your level of toxicity, most people are off the chart, of course. It could take years, depending on your DNA, to do it only through nutrition and sweat therapy.
Yeah, so a long time. And I don't remember if you told me how long it took the IV chelation. I would assume at least 3 to 5 treatments in the minimum.
Yeah, the minute that they usually recommend 4. When they tested my metal markers, I was a 57, and the scale is 0 to 49. And the naturopath said, "Don't worry, that's common, especially if you live in a major metropolitan region," which I have all my life. And she says, "Don't worry, we see this all the time. So instead of 4, we recommend 5. So over 5-6 weeks, I did 1 a week, and it brought down all my metals into acceptable range, except for cadmium and lead, which was hiding behind the other metals. They couldn't see it initially, which is another common thing. So they recommended 4 more treatments. So I did a total of 9 over about 10, 11 weeks, retested, and cadmium and lead never budged. And they wanted to do more, but it was getting expensive at a couple $100 a pop. So I decided to hold off and do some research. And what I learned is for most DNAs, cadmium and lead do not respond at all to IV chelation therapy. That was my case. So I said, okay, I'll just have to focus on nutrition and sweat therapy from here on out. Now, it's been several years since, and I can feel already how the toxicity is starting to wear you down. I mean, I'm starting to feel it after 6-7 months. And so we don't know how sick we have become. It's the frogs in a boiling pot, right? And so when you do chelate, it's like, wow, this is what feeling good feels like. This is what, detoxing feels like.
Could you think better? Did your mind work better?
Yes, absolutely. There was more clarity. The thought process was quicker. It was amazing. And and they have regulars. The people who can afford this, they're showing up monthly. This is the biggest part of their business at this naturopath's office is people are coming into IV chelate monthly. They know the score. They know what's going on.
And it's very expensive and obviously not covered by any insurance, right?
Couple $100 a pop, not covered by insurance. Absolutely not. There's a reason. That's another question that needs to be raised with the they'll never talk about it. The legislators, representatives. These are issues that need to be brought up. Well, at least have insurance cover this. You guys are toxifying us. You guys are calcifying our pineal glands. You need to have insurance at least pay for it, so at least we can afford it through copays. But it cost me over a couple of months. It cost me probably close to $2,500, $3,000.
Wow.
Between all the
testing for that though, if you actually specified that you wanted that treatment, would they?
No, they wouldn't cover it.
No, they won't. They won't touch a chelation with a 10-foot pole.
Can you mention anything about TRS? Because Apathy Sucks says I've just looked it up. There is treatments and it says it's safe. Safe for home use. TRS, detox with TRS.
It's probably illegal in the States. It's probably illegal for us to even ship it here, maybe.
Yeah. If it's good for you, it's either illegal or too expensive.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. They don't make money on natural things. They need chemicals that they can patent.
Well, that's why most things say natural. So this is how I learned it, was that my sister had a friend who works at a chemical lab, a food lab. And what they do is they get a strawberry and they throw it into this machine that obliterates it and then reads the chemical compounds. And they find the chemical compound that makes up the taste or smell of strawberry. Then they isolate that and they synthesize it. That's your natural flavor. So it doesn't come from a strawberry per se. They just manipulated it to get you the essence of it, and that's how they call it natural. So nobody knows the long-term exposure to what those chemicals are if it's just directly the whatever chemical that creates the smell. So you didn't get the actual fiber, you didn't get the actual
Nutrients.
you know, you didn't get the nutrients, other micro and macronutrients. You just got the flavor, the natural flavor.
Crazy. So like juices, all the juices.
Well, that's carmine colors. So if you look up like cranberry juice, carmine colors, a little red bug from South America that they crush up and use as a red food dye. So the pink dye in yogurt isn't actually like strawberries or cherries. It's actually a bug. And so most allergies come from insects because you don't know you're actually ingesting these little bugs that probably have like pollen in it and stuff as well. So you're getting other external environmental components along with bugs that aren't natural colors for fruit, you know?
God. That's it. I quit.
Yep. And then what I was always told when my mom was younger and my grandmother were growing up, they're like, don't you remember red dye 64 was like this toxic and they had whatever, and M&M's, you know, they tasted bitter and all that stuff.
They
it's like they still use those food colorings, right? They still have food colors.
They do.
You know, none of that's illegal, and you wonder why people have all these outbursts of you know, spontaneous like reactions to just behavioral problems.
This is like it's chemical exposure that that's accumulative, and it's having devastating effects on everyone. There's neurological issues with kids and learning disabilities, and then even the hormone imbalances that are going on, which is affecting fertility and the ability for women to even you know, conceive and take to term a pregnancy with skyrocketing stillborn births and stuff.
That's right.
You take a kid to a doctor and say he's got ADHD. What's he going to do? He's full of chemicals anyway. They're going to give him more chemicals.
They're going to give him methamphetamines, a different form of amphetamine, which supposedly somehow calms them down. It's like, why couldn't you just get them? I always joke, I love it. Just put a stick in the ground, tie a rope to him, and just have him run in circles for like an hour. You know, wear him out that way.
The kids are just as intelligent with or without that pill. That pill just changes, you know, their behavior, but it's just so that we can fit into this the compulsory, you know, hive mentality where they have to do this certain thing and this is how they learn. And some kids learn differently, you know.
Yeah, of course. Certain kids I like more hands-on. I can hear you talk about it a couple times. I'll probably get it, but I'd like to just do it myself as you go. And so you have children that are just talked to all day long on the subjects that don't matter to a child.
It's not engaging, and that's why they're failing all their courses, you know, but it's
neither here nor there, right? Because as soon as the bell rings, they forget everything anyway, because they taught us all Pavlov's dog, you know.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it, though, to keep little worker bees, train the worker bees to, you know, pay attention to the time, the bell. You have this much time. You have lunchtime. You have, you know, just get them going in that whole worker bee mentality, so that they, you know, graduate a bunch of, you know, productive workers, not critical thinkers, productive workers.
Well, they don't need that anymore if they create the darn robots coming soon. So you have the Internet of Things connecting it with 5G. You'll have communication ability through all sorts of devices that are already smartly keeping track of you, right? So self-monitoring, analyzing, reporting technology at a scale that we've never seen before.
I'll tell you are sick, get to a doctor.
Yeah, stay away from a doctor if you want to live.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Well, I never understood why you're going to a doctor for your nutrition or your health. That's not what they're there for.
You know, the one thing that 100-year-olds all have in common is that they don't go to doctors. They don't take prescriptions.
Right.
Yeah, I stopped going to doctor 5 years ago. Since they advised me to take depression tablets because I was feeling depressed. But I had good reason at the time, but I didn't take them. Thank God. And I found other natural, shall we say, natural remedies, and I found that out myself, and got out of the funk myself.
You know what? And I think talking to people is the other best remedy. I mean, a doctor alone giving you a drug to change and alter your perception again of your reality doesn't change the things that you experienced, you know?
Exactly.
What test do they do for that? They say, oh, you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. What test? Do they ever do a chemical test on your brain? No, that never happens. That's one thing I used to worry, like in psych nursing, like what So what's the chemicals that are imbalanced? Or, is there any lab work to back this chemical imbalance up? Or
Right, is their serotonin generator like slightly off kilter, so they're not getting enough serotonin?
There's
Is
no
that
such
true?
thing as there's no one in the
dopamine?
world that is Prozac deficient. No one. That's just not it. It's not it. It's not the way it works.
Well, they've got their things for Prozac. They have to reach a certain amount in it because they're governed by the companies who make them to make sure that they prescribe them to the patients.
Do you know what the active ingredient in Prozac is? If I remember correctly, is fluoride.
Fluoride. It's fluoride.
Are you kidding me? It's like fluoride with a few other things, and yeah.
And that just kind of pacifies people and brings them down to a more level,
Stupefies them, yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Same as the water. They put the fluoride in the water as well.
Hydrofluorosilicic acid,
and it does a lot more damage. It does a lot more damage than just pacifying you. It affects almost every system in the body and in detrimental ways.
Well, it just shows you how corrupt the medical establishment is because, like I say, you don't go to doctors anymore to get better. You go there to get a regime of tablets.
Yeah.
That they happen to be selling or pushing. They're the biggest drug dealers going. That's
they
why
literally
I don't. Literally, yeah.
All right, legal drug dealers, yeah, that's right. They got
Exactly.
and there's no license. I don't know of a license that they need to get. They just get a doctorate degree and then they can just go and practice, right?
Yeah.
No.
They have the numbers registered that that's on every prescription, and they just have to it's all procedural.
Did you guys ever see a documentary? I think it was on Netflix. It was about a pharmacist in, I think it was the middle of the United States somewhere, Louisiana, and he was watching the opioid epidemic just ravage his city, mainly because his son was shot during a drug deal. And so he found out that under his own reconnaissance, found there was a doctor that was getting protected by the cops to sell all these prescriptions to people, and it just emanated from this one doctor's office. And he went to the FBI, he went to the doctors established, medical whatever boards, and they just basically said, "You're not a cop, you can't do this."
What?
And he's like, "I handed you all this stuff. I mean, the least you could do is go check it out." And they're like, "Yeah, we're kind of aware of it. We know." I mean, it was like they just let it happen.
Just like Hollywood, there's a mafia in the medical establishment as well, and they're protected because they're making the big bucks,
Yeah, because they knew how to get people hooked on this stuff because that's what they do. That's how drug dealers do it.
Yeah. And it's ravaged. I think I watched the same program because it was showing Toronto, how it's changed, and that's Canada, I understand, but just the whole epidemic, like you said, if it's so addictive, it's more addictive than heroin and cigarettes, so when people get on these things, it's likely that they're going to stay on them for life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Or death, whichever comes first,
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, they like to keep us, just alive enough to keep, giving them money.
To keep the wheels turning.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you can't. They can heal the animals of the same exact diseases, and they know exactly how with vitamins and nutrition. But
think about it. The cows that used to grow up probably ate hemp, probably ate all sorts of grass, and now we're giving them what? Corn sprayed with what? Roundup. Then they probably have gut issues. They do have gut issues when they're eating corn constantly. So then they got to give them these antibiotics, and then just before they get diseased and they start getting sick, that's when they kill them. You don't know any of that process. It's sickening.
It is.
So
it is.
We don't ever get to see the good amino acids or the omega-3s. We don't get to see the benefits of cannabis in their diet ending up in our milk or our cheeses. Right, the cannabinoids never end up in our foods. If we have receptors for this, don't you think we should be looking into why it's almost in ancient times it was around everywhere, but now all of a sudden it's illegal because it's called marijuana.
Drugs are banned.
Well, they changed the name of it. The legal term is marijuana, and the real name is cannabis.
Yeah.
So if they can change the name of one item and you mistakenly call it marijuana, then you fall under a legal term. And then you're subject to all the laws and things that they want to pass on blocking it. Right? But the natural form is cannabis, so how could they regulate a plant?
They can't.
You know, and what's crazy is that you're told to go and put Roundup on these dandelions in your grass, but did you know that they go back and sell you dandelion leaves at the store in the health food department? You know, this makes you
quite a markup.
Free stuff you could get out of your yard right now, but they're deemed weeds, right? It's amazing what they've conned us into.
Yeah, it's all backwards. You know, no one talks about immunity and nutrition and vitamins and, you know, minerals as far as health concerns. But definitely get that, you know, that shot.
Well, nine dead in Spanish nursing home shortly after Pfizer shots. And I've been getting emails constantly. Did you see the woman that was pregnant, got the shot, and she miscarried? I sent the link in the chat over there.
Oh my! I'll look at it. And I was saying this before that some of the what studies have shown that is something in there that attacks the actual I mean, it's like an autoimmune, but in pregnancy, your body is now attacking the placenta, you know, which is going to kill the baby. Which is why all the stillborn, you know, births are happening.
Well, don't they already state that your body thinks it's a foreign entity anyway, and that's why a woman's body is reduced in its immunity to stuff? Like, it's really just trying to not only to feed it, but to protect itself from this foreign invader. And so you already have a weakened immune system, and then you're going to hammer yourself with God knows what they put in this thing. Right,
but it's a placenta that is that link. But if you're attacking, if there's something that in there that is attacking that placenta, there's no hope.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
It's tragic. I can't even.
Well, I just wondered when you introduce these things through the non-natural forms, what happens? And everybody that I've talked to at least states that it can't leave your body in an easy way. And then you have to do this really difficult process of chelating. And if they don't allow a normal doctor to chelate you, then they clearly know something's going on.
Definitely an agenda, definitely 100%. That's why we need the next generation to be brought up with critical thinking, to take on board all this information and to make up their own decisions, what they do, what they put in their body, you know, who they listen to as far as taking medications and whatnot, and to question, like I said.
Well, I mean, it's unreal that the television has more authority than some people. I've always said that even the double yellow lines on the road have more authority than I do. You're right? So we're nobody.
Yeah, but we're conditioned to,
That's right.
to following authority and to accepting authority, and it's wrong. Like I said, I was just hoping that more kids would be homeschooled now that they're at home. But like I said, there's lots of pressure at home because parents need to still find their rent and the money for food, and it's only very few parents that I know. I can only speak for myself, my daughter, but she does her best to teach her kids, the ways of the world and how to think critically. And like I said, if Kieran's even on here, I don't think he probably understood half of what we said, but the fact that he's here, I'm glad, because he can hear what conversation should be, and not where one person's view is just heard and another person's just shut down,
Mr. Pitt, you're wrong, and I don't want to be in conversation with you because you just said something I don't agree with, right? It's like...
I will speak out. I'm not going to shut you down. I'm not going to mute your mic. I'm not going to kick you off. I'm going to hear what you have to say. And that's what intelligent people do when they have a conversation. They hear both sides of the story and then make up their own one. And if they still disagree, that's fine as well.
Yeah, but why do we keep going to war, too? If you and I can do this, and I didn't say I agree with most of what you said or disagree with what you said, but we still go to war with other countries, and yet how come that falls apart? Where's the
war's a stage. I think you know this already. The Second World War was staged, and it was paid for by one entity. just for that purpose. He's just another Mr. Windows, who professes he wants to do good, but all he wants to do is reduce numbers of people, because the smaller the number of people there are, the easier they are to be maintained.
That's right.
So we know that war is bad. We know war is bad. We would never go to war for religion or whatever it is that people go to war with. But it's not us that has the control. It's perceived control. It's the government, isn't it? It's the people in authority.
But it blows me away that the lack of communication skills between those people that are supposed to be the talkers in front of the TV to represent how I feel, all this stuff, fail to communicate to resolve.
Governments are like Karens. They're Karens. Right? It's like, what? You said what about me? Right, I'm after you. Right, you said that. I'm going to get my big brother on. You watch. He's got missiles. He's got guns. He's got this. He's got. And it's the same. It's the same for the micro as it is for the thing. You see it happening all the time. People get into arguments, and all of a sudden, it becomes a slaying. Because one person said one thing, and then it just gets blown up into all proportion because people haven't got the power of reasoning.
No, they get canceled.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've been canceled by friends. My friends have blocked me just because I said flat out.
Because the truth hurts. Truth hurts. That's all it is. They hurt. But I'm not here to protect your feelings. Your feelings are for you to control, not for me to control.
Or your immune
system. That's what it's about.
How am I supposed to be responsible for your feelings?
Exactly.
And your system?
Right.
But people don't take control. They don't take control for their own actions, never mind for anyone else's.
Or even your thought process, for that matter. I can't make it. But if the people are making you think a certain way, is that your reality and your perception? No, that's someone else told you what to think. So how do you take a step back? And I liked my someone else's challenge a while ago that I like to bring up was, again, picture something in your mind. Where did it come from? Your own experience, or is it something that was projected to you from a television or a movie screen? Ooh, I get feedback a little bit.
It's all in the programming, If you stop the programming, you stop the program. So turn off your mainstream media. Get rid of your TV. Don't watch that stuff, especially the commercials. My God, they're terrible.
Why would you? I mean, even Keenan knows about the lost city of Atlantis. Surely that's going to be more exciting than watching the latest episode of this or cartoon or whatever it is. There's so much more wealth of information and history that is so much more fascinating than any film that you can watch on the TV.
Yeah, that's difficult. I get what you're saying, and the thing that I'm trying to understand myself is that why do I see adult children with stickers on their car for Disney World or Disneyland and all these cartoon Marvel stuff and the non-real people, non-real things. So they're always believing in these fictitious stories. Their reality is gone. They have no reality. They're believing in fictitious things and fake stories and cartoons.
Yeah, we're sold the fairy tale, aren't we? That one day we're going to meet a prince, or some of us are going to meet a prince. I don't want to meet a prince, but that they're going to meet a prince and live a happy, and that's what people think that. You've got your Instagrams where people, pretend that they're having such a wonderful time, and then the camera goes down and they're miserable.
Right.
It's just a facade. It's just a facade.
Well, Disney's definitely destroying the women, little girls, and feeding them their heads full of ridiculous notions for them to grow up and have miserable relationships with. It's
rather than face the truth of what's going on, the real 911, shall we say?
Yeah, it's all just part of the psychological programming that goes with it. Just repetitive messages, and people just go with the flow and they believe it, and then you try to give them some facts and they're mad about it.
They'll shut you down because the truth hurts.
You got to stay in your lane. You're a nurse. You don't know anything about politics or science, really, on those topics. Or Noah, you're a web developer. You should not be talking about this because it's really not in your lane. I don't understand that.
Stay in your lane, yeah. Well, what happened to being? I'm a very curious person. I've always been a curious person. I like yourself. I like to question. I do like to question. So, like I said, that's like it's drummed out of us from a young age, from school age and everything else.
Oh yeah, well, those.
But to me, that is the beauty of life. the beauty of life is that there's so much out there to learn, and there's so much that there isn't enough time. But I'm so curious that I learn things every day because there is things to learn. I don't profess to know everything, but like I said, I've got a curious mind enough to want to know and to find out for the next day and the next day and the next day. I know, and like it's a new adventure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, life is supposed to be that adventure.
Exactly. I mean, the things that you spoke about today with the law, I know a little bit, but I'm going to look into it more. But I know because it's very, very complicated. And like I said, I even did O-level law, and it's still hard to comprehend. Exactly the corruption that's been, the lies that have been put over our eyes. It's right. Incredible. Yeah. With all the corporation that you mentioned and everything else from birth certificates and everything, we can write off our own debts because we actually, all of us have probably millions and millions of pounds in our names, in our corporate name, in that capitalized name. There's an account somewhere that holds millions and millions of pounds, but they're never giving it to us. Never. Yeah,
like a surety bond, some kind of bond or a contract. Sorry.
I said, but why would they lie?
That's the question that a Karen would say. Yeah, why would they lie? Why would your government do this? Why would they put fluoride in your water? Because they're not questioning. Like I said, they're not inquisitive enough because it's been drummed out of them because they're more interested about the next episode of whatever on Netflix.
What they don't squash out of you in the compulsory education. They finish off with Prozac and fluoride so that your curiosity is killed.
Well, I mean, even when I was younger, what I was always challenging was I flipped over the toothpaste and it said, call poison control if you ingest this stuff. And I mean, right then and there.
That's what it says, yeah. You're not supposed to swallow it because
it'll kill you. It's rat poison if you look at it.
It'll give you brain damage.
Yeah. So if a poison is supposed to be curing my teeth, why doesn't my body produce it? Why isn't it not normally found in other things? Just because it was found in some tribe's water in some country, it magically had better teeth. I mean, look at the stories just get so crazy.
But that's all we get, though, is all these stories. In every facet of our society, they have a story for it. But, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny, any of it.
That's right. Yeah. Well, that's
what you have to do. If you question it, then it doesn't hold water, does it? It just doesn't hold water.
Well, does it harm anybody when we ask questions or challenge things? No. So why?
I've never known anyone to die from being asked a question.
Yeah. Well, you're offended. You gave me a heart attack, and I.
People are so sensitive. Everyone's so offendy. Like, you don't have a right not to be offended in the world. We have a right to free speech, not a right to not be offended.
Right.
If you want to save space, there's plenty of little corners that you can go and sit in your house, close all the lights, and you'll be fine. No one will ever offend you there.
Well, why don't you not leave your house? Space. I'll freely go about my business. If you're so offended and you don't want to, you stay in your house.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing that says that we need to do this because of your feelings or your perceptions of whatever. My perception is I'm an adult. I'm going to make my own decisions, and if you don't like me for it, F off.
Yeah, the CDC talks about the masks as a talisman. It makes people feel safer.
Ugh.
Are you kidding me? It doesn't make you safer. It makes you feel safer. Well, I don't really care how you feel.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
If you think that you're going to die because you're going to come into contact with someone that's got it, then you shouldn't come out your house.
Yeah,
that's what I couldn't understand, right? If I walked through that, I think you brought it up. I went to a restaurant a while ago, and you have to put the mask on from the front door to the chair. I did none of that. I looked at the person. I walked in. I sat down, and then I had to go to the restroom. Oh, but to go up and use the restroom, I had to put the mask on. No,
that's ridiculous. What is it like? The virus only lives in a certain area of that room?
No, it's at like 4.5 feet to about 6.5 feet. So you have to duck, and so when you sit down, it just immediately goes like right over your head. So that zone of infection or whatever you want to call it is literally only like 4.5, 5 feet tall. That's why little children don't get it. Did you know that?
Oh, because they're short. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
That's why I said if you tell everyone to travel on their hands and feet, they'll be safe then, won't they? Because they won't be up there.
Exactly. But I don't know if you saw a while ago, there was a report that stated that taller people were more prone to getting Rona. And that was unbelievable. And then the other one was chronic hiccups or hiccups are now a new sign of Rona. And the funny thing is that I've had chronic hiccups almost every day since I was 18. So there's no way I've been infected with Rona since 90.
So this novel coronavirus is a respiratory infection.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
So we need toilet paper though. For what? Right?
I think they're laughing at us. I think they're like, let's see what else we could get away with. Ah ha ha ha.
They told them
Well,
two
they
masks.
already mentioned cats.
2 masks.
2 masks,
Right?
3 masks.
2
Yeah.
masks.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I actually posted a little comic about the masks. It's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
It's happening.
I'll say
It's
that one.
happening.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen
it's-
it with my own eyes, and I've taken a photo with 2 masks on.
Yeah. The particle size of a virus is going to go right through that mask. Wear 2, it's going to go right through 2 masks. Wear 3, go ahead. It's going to go right through 3 masks.
You might as well put a sieve. You might as well put a sieve over your mouth because that's the equivalent of the use of it, isn't it? Really?
Just stop breathing, guys. That's
Yeah.
the
Just,
solution.
that's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just hold your breath.
That's what Gil Bates wanted. Gil Bates wanted during his TED talk to reduce the number down to 0 so that there's no carbon dioxide being produced.
Right, but that's what plants feed off of. We need that in our
No
environment.
kidding,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
We
Yeah,
need
they
the
want to
trees
mess
need
with
it.
the ecosystem. It's a symbiotic ecosystem.
And,
We need them as much as they need us.
You know how you kill off people? You take away their food.
Yep. Well,
And-
do you know what gardeners do when they need to make their plants grow bigger? They pump their gardens greenhouses full of carbon dioxide.
Yeah, exactly. That, and then
Yeah,
they
buy
grow
tanks.
like flourish that way.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You know what? Who uses CO2? Wheat farmers. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same thing, but yet we make carbonated drinks. We have dry ice. Those aren't banned.
No, but they want to ban like the thing that feeds the plants that we eat
Mhm.
and that provide our oxygen.
Well,
It doesn't make
I
any
mean,
sense.
No person in their right mind would cut down all these trees.
Why would that be the one chemical that that they are focusing on? Why not other things? No, it's the
here's
one
my
that we need.
Here's my opinion. All right, you want to take this opinion down a road that you want to? Okay, I think they're burning and doing this type of stuff because they do know that because of the ability of trees to sequester a lot of this carbon and whatever the release of this stuff is actually going to create the possible pole shift MCO faster by bursting our bubble, if that makes sense. So they're accelerating the timeline by filling our environment through this pollution and removing the ability to sequester it and causing some runaway catastrophe to actually occur.
Yeah, well, they did it in China, didn't they? Because of the pollution that's over there, then we've already had it been said to us that people wear them not just for Rona, that they wear it because of the pollution, which is more of a killer.
Right. Well, if you go back to when they hosted the Olympics, they shot rockets up into their atmosphere to make it rain, and then they accidentally made it snow at one point and caused $1 billion of damages because they don't actually have snow plows in the cities that they made it snow in because it's never snowed there before. And so they do these weather mitigation processes to make pollution go away. So if they make it rain, it brings all the soot and all that crap down. But you're right. If they're wearing masks, it's 99% of the time it's from pollution, not because of some disease.
And now Bill Gates is doing this thing where he wants to inject this what I think it's calcium carbonate now into our sky to reflect the sun. And this is he's I don't know, putting a lot of money into.
Well, do you know what
company.
they call that? So that's changing the albedo factor of the planet. So that you're taking particles of white objects that are going to have a surface,
Calcium carbonate, yeah.
Well, it spreads out and becomes that white blanket. And since it's such a small particle, it'll allow it to go real far and spread wide, and it'll reflect all that solar energy.
So now we don't have sunlight, so we can't grow anything.
Correct. So what it does is it blocks the light that comes through, so the food never gets produced. I don't know if you've seen the corn in California, but it ain't as tall as it used to be. So then the second added outcome, I believe, is most of the UVA and UVB rays that will absolutely destroy plants is actually what's happening, because I tried to grow plants last year, and the moment I had them sprout, I put them in the sun, literally
They're
fried.
hitting the ground. UVC is hitting the ground, and it never hit the ground before.
Right. And they were
That's
saying
why the sun's white instead of yellow now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
Well-
white. It is white hot. It is not. It's not like it was before. I had to shade my garden, and I never had to before. But it's it's killing them. It's too much radiation.
That's right, radiation. And
Shade.
they
We need
know,
shade.
they know that this is likely frying all the plants unless they're in some type of modified state where they can handle it. You know what I mean? So who knows what kind of control they're coming through with not only the aluminum resistant seeds to high UV radiation resistant plants. Who knows? Because if they don't grow trees back again, then we're not going to get enough of the shade.
Right.
And we have a lot of buildings that are just bouncing the heat off the roofs, so that energy's lost.
Yeah. It seems like things are ramping up lately in every aspect, not just with the virus, but in every aspect of life. That
I keep thinking that EMCO thing is almost real. Like the runaway pole shift is actually occurring. So that magnetic field might actually be changing how, again, we have a rigid structure from January to December is what we think is rigid. But if you actually think about nature, how would you fit January into the timeline? It really doesn't work. So the fact that it's actually raining later in January is concerning to me, but that's just nature shifting. So that shift, we have to pay attention. Is it going to be colder in this summer? Because it rained in August here. That never happens. And it rained in August last year. So, or the year before too as well, I think it did. So it's getting weird. Right?
The weather is getting definitely changing. But I don't know, it was over 10 years ago I watched this thing about the Inuit tribes, and they were saying that the sun no longer comes up or sets where it used to, which completely changes their entire life because they're dependent on the seasons. So this, the ice is melted at a certain point, or they're, the frozen at a certain point, and they've been saying this over 10 years that it is different, not setting and rising where it used to, and that is a big change.
Exactly.
Is that got to do with, we've got GM time and everything, and we follow time when we should be following seasons. There used to be a saying, following the seasons, you follow the seasons. So, when it's spring, it's time to plant. When it's summer, time to reap your harvest. But now we follow this timeline, which is all out of kilt, it's out of kilt. So it puts people out then, you don't know when to plant, when to sow, when to reap or anything.
So those changes are way bigger than we even can imagine. If the sun is no longer rising and setting where it used to, what does that? I don't know. I took astronomy and I still can't answer that. I don't know.
Like I said, we stopped listening to Mother Earth and the seasons and everything else, and I think that's where we go a lot wrong. And obviously, there's man interference as well, man-made interferences that are not helping. And like I said, if you look at the big agenda of what they're doing, it's not for a good thing. They're not doing it for a good thing, because I think this planet and this Mother Nature knows how to take care of itself. If it's not impeded or messed around with, it can fix itself. Like you say, it takes all the oxygen that it needs or the carbon monoxide that we produce and the cattle produce, and it knows how to convert it and rectify itself. But like I said, it's all man-made interference that's messing up Mother Nature. That's why we're getting
there, right? Methane, carbon dioxide, all that stuff wouldn't be there unless there was some sort of purpose. You know what I mean? But
and whatever the purpose is, it's never going to be a good one, is it? At the end of the day, it's not for the betterment of man, is it?
No,
it's going to be for the betterment of corporations.
It's supposed to protect us or supposed to feed us, and we keep manipulating it in a way that's not natural. Then I don't think a natural outcome, the natural system could fix it, but I don't think it'll produce or prolong anything in the long run. I don't think it'll be any good for any of us.
No, it's definitely have a huge impact on our food supply, which is already happening. I mean, there's seed shortages going on, and
oh yeah, I know. They've been hoarding that too.
Yeah, that's crazy, because that means we're going to run out of food, like this year.
Yeah,
and
that's going to cause more deaths than the Rona could ever have done.
I mean, China is already buying up all the soybeans everywhere. I don't know why we're selling them, because we're not going to have feed for our animals, which means there's going to go through this process where they're going to cull a bunch of animals. Meat will go down in price significantly for a short time because they're going to have to kill all these animals, and then there's not going to be any meat, and you're going to pay $200 for a steak.
Right. But see, what I don't understand is we have enough plants outside of our homes to actually survive, but yet we won't eat those. And yes, I know sometimes we need protein and iron and other things that might be in the blood of these animals, but there's certain things we can survive off of as well. And then I was reading some other study about fasting, and they were showing that if you reduce your food intake just by like a third, you live longer. So the
I
fact
believe that. I believe
I
that.
believe it tremendously. And and here's my thought process on some of that is that if we were supposed to be these nomads or wandering around all the time, and our food sources were based on our environments that we were living in at the time, which means we had to go to different places during the winter, so we ate something different, etc. So at the time that we're
Well, you mean you couldn't just walk into a Walmart then and buy yourself a steak?
So, we had all these different varieties, but also kind of lost my point. But
it was seasonal too. You couldn't get a watermelon in winter.
Yeah, exactly.
You can now.
I think the point he was making is that we used to survive on what we had available to us, and we learned to adapt to our surroundings, and the world and the Mother Nature would provide us what we needed to survive.
Yes, you got me back on point, but yes, exactly. It was providing exactly what we needed, where we needed it, when we needed it per se, but also we were able to gorge on that stuff at that time. And it was only at that time we ate enough of it to get what we needed. And then we had to move on. And likely in between those travels was mostly water, right? So if you're taking some food and you have a little bit of food, so you're able to, cure it, whatever, you're not eating as much as we are on a daily basis. And it's a lot less. And it's things that actually came from nature that got all the... So the thing that people died early or young ages, yeah, maybe they were hiking and they fell off cliffs and stuff, and they were farming and some, animal ran, whatever. I think they lived longer than we can even imagine because they were eating fresh water, fresh food. There was no such thing as, right?
There was an abundance. You had enough to sustain. As long as you didn't starve. Yeah,
you didn't starve.
Joe Wallach, he talks about this, and it's all through nutrition that people that live to be 100 years old, they grew their own vegetables. They put wood ash in their garden, which mineralized their vegetables, and they didn't go to the doctor, and they didn't take prescriptions, and they ate natural foods, and they lived to be over 100 years old, and some of them like 120 or even more. He wrote a book on it about, it was about the dead doctors don't lie, but how doctors die at 57 on average, but the people that lived to be over 100, those were the ones he was studying. And it was that one thing they had in common. It was eating your garden food and, not going to the doctor, stuff like that, having a simple diet and fasting and all that.
Yeah, not eating excessively and
What can we do in California? We can't burn anything anymore. If they have a no burn day, you can't burn anything. Yeah, and if you can't burn wood, that's because that's what's going to happen soon.
Yeah, and that's what happened way back when people used to have wood fires for their food. That changed with the industrialization and everyone getting stoves, and then there was no more wood ash for the garden, which means everything that's being grown, it doesn't have the minerals. It's especially the way we do farming here with big farms, huge farms.
Monoculture.
Yeah, depleting the soils. It's just bizarre. We're not doing it right. We need to get back to the old ways.
Back to old farming, back to small farming, back to community farming.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I was saying a long time ago was just start randomly putting seeds in places that aren't going to get sprayed with poisons that hopefully you can come back to in a while that have, supposed wild fruits and things that are just out there. But then you don't even know what the government's going to do if they actually have interdiction teams to go looking through the parks to find tomatoes. You know what I mean? It's like... I don't know how vicious they are.
They make it illegal. They've made it illegal almost, haven't they? Like you said, they made it illegal for you to grow things in the wild. If it's not come from a big corporation, it's illegal.
There's some places where it's illegal to grow food in your vegetables in your front yard.
Because they're frightened of whatever it is that they're frightened of.
No,
I can't remember the excuse they.
value because your house doesn't conform to the neighborhood.
Which
so
is
if
ridiculous.
You don't conform to having a lawn, you are violating the HOA.
A lawn is
because
a waste
like my
of
sister,
water.
her door was white, not black. Yeah. So it's just the rules that they put on these things. It doesn't make any sense, you know?
Well, it does. If you look at the agenda that they're trying to propagate, it does make total sense. But from a person's point of view, it's nonsensical.
That's right. That's right. Well, if you take one step back, what do you eat? What do you gain from having grass?
Nothing. It's a waste of water.
Yeah, huge waste of water. I don't know. That's the most difficult thing is we live in a place that they're telling us we're having a scarcity of water. We have scarcity of electricity due to winds and storms, but yet we supposedly have windmills or turbines that are collecting the wind, but we don't even turn those on because if they spin too fast, the blades will spin off and break apart. You know,
it's like just part of the corruption there because there's no way with what California does that they should ever have blackouts. That's ridiculous.
Or brownouts or blackouts. Yeah, exactly.
That is like the richest state in the country right there, and
we are a country. We have a GDP that's greater than most countries.
Exactly, and that's just part of the corruption. That's just them taking, and giving you some dumb excuse that you're going to listen to because that's what they said. You got to break out of that.
Think about the corporation or whatever company, Crystal Geyser. They're going to go and dig a hole in the ground, steal a bunch of water, and sell it back to us. Actually, they're just selling the plastic bottles to us. With free water.
Yeah. Well,
I joked at college. I was 17, so we're talking 35 years. I said one day, for a joke, they'll charge us for water. I said next it will be air. And the way things are going, obviously they're already charging us for water. So the next thing will be air. For clean air.
Go watch Spaceballs. They had cans of air.
They have cans of air now. You can buy cans of air. You can go to an oxygen bar and breathe, different scented air. Yeah, oxygen is it's great.
The craziest thing I saw, I never witnessed it, but my friends of mine went to a club and they were sitting there taking oxygen from a mask in a club.
That'll help you get over a hangover.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It falls into the thing that I was saying. What they were charging us for water. I said in 1985, that they were charging us for water and air, and it's come true. It's come true.
It is.
I'm gonna watch Spaceballs. I've just brought it up. I don't believe I've seen that one.
Oh, it's a classic. It's funny.
It's a classic, dude. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it was
Mel Brooks,
predicting the future. Yeah, Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks is brilliant. Yeah.
They might sprinkle some truths to their things of their club that they know and they put it in there, but the fact that they're talking about one planet trying to steal another planet's air.
Right. Well, look at Idiocracy. That's a little.
I was going to mention that one. It, and that's coming true, isn't it? It's like slowly, that's coming true.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes sense, right? Have people that are supposedly educated are deciding that this place is a pretty effed up place to be, and so they're not going to have children until the point where they're comfortable or rich or whatever. So that does cut back on some smarter people having children. And then I wouldn't
have 2 children and 2 grandchildren if I thought like that.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean, but
I didn't put my trust in the government or listen to their rhetoric and their propaganda. Because otherwise I wouldn't be speaking about them.
Yep. I mean, I would think that also that's the other thing too, is a big family should also be a hedge against the government.
Well, there are big families. There are no big families. We've got the nuclear family now, haven't we?
Yeah, they got rid of those. But, the family unit is been torn apart for years. And
I mean, in America, we used to have, maybe, I'm going back to the Waltons again, with 7 kids and whatnot. I mean, my mum comes from, from 7 sisters and a brother. That's how it used to be back in the day.
Right. Well, if 25% of miscarriages are happening, do the math. I mean, people that would have 4 kids maybe now will only have 3, and that's if they carry them, fully to term. I mean, it's just destroying, that whole possibility. Why? To get rid of us because they want less of us?
Well,
like
it's
it was
already
stated,
said the robots are coming, aren't they? The robots are coming. They're already made them so they can jump wires and things like that. They're more getting more sophisticated by the day. So eventually they'll have their robots that will listen to them, whatever they say. You know,
Right, because
unlike us.
the murder drones flying around, and we don't want to get shot by. You know,
the planet's already up. Yeah, exactly.
that's crazy, but it's real. It's reality.
No, because they know they're losing their grip. Because they know that, you know, like I said, I used to be in a corporate company, and I just got fed up of them telling me how to think, what to think, you know, when to think, and stuff like that. That now they realise that their worker drones are revolting against that, and they don't want to be told what to do and how to live and everything else. So they have to replace us with these robots that are subservient.
And then universal basic income to keep us home and satisfied. And
yeah, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about who's going to jump on that bandwagon. I really am.
A lot of people are going to go with it because, yeah, okay, give me some money for free, and I don't have to work. But this is just another means of control.
Because it's easy than speaking out and saying no. I want to provide for myself and provide for my family. It's just
right. But then at that point, you're 100% dependent on them. 100%.
Yes, exactly. 100%.
And they now have
can't
all
see
the
that
control.
then you'll be a slave to the government. I mean, we're all slaves to the government in one way or another, but in that respect, you'll be totally 100% a slave then.
No, that's why I quit.
100%.
Forget it. I'm going to go farm. I'm going to go raise some animals and.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my dad used to joke when I was younger. He wanted to farm. I used to think he was crazy, but I don't think he's crazy anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, is that Noah? What'd you say?
Oh, so I was over the last year since I've been sitting around. I've been looking at the land idea and everything. If you just go online and look for land for sale and whatever, it's going like fire. Places are up and they're gone. Up and they're gone.
Yeah,
it's just turning out that people are bailing from this place. Like you wouldn't believe.
I know.
This ship is sinking. The rats are fleeing right now, and they're gonna go and they're gonna Californicate the rest of this. They're probably gonna turn Texas blue soon, and that concerns me.
They did. You know, that's what they did to Arizona.
They did to Arizona, you know, and Nevada's not too far behind.
See, in Nevada, it's just it's just Vegas. But the population there is so big that, you know, there's nowhere in Nevada. I don't know if you've ever driven through Nevada. It's mostly, you know, badlands of nothing. And who knows what's underground.
That's right. Yeah. Go a little further north in Vegas and what are you going to find?
Yeah, we drove there a couple times and it's just creepy up there.
Yep.
In some places, you'll see nothing but desert forever. But then you'll see like all of a sudden there's like these pipes coming out of the ground. But there's nothing around ever. There's no, you know, nothing on top at least that you can see. You just see pipes coming out of the ground. Up.
Do you guys ever just scour the Google Maps or the G-word maps? Because it's just fun to go look out in the wilderness. And you ever think that they get paid to cover up objects that they've flown over?
Have you seen it? I've been on that, and I'm seeing like I'm just looking at the top of a mountain, and there are areas there that are totally blurred out, and I'm like, why? What are they hiding up on the top of a mountain? It's just a blurry area.
Sometimes I have my theories that sometimes their like license plate scanner and their facial recognition thing just kind of like sees something similar and just kind of blurs it. Because I've seen some weird instances of it blurring parts of cars and other stuff, but that's again theoretical. Because someone else pointed out there's an elephant mountain or some mountain in, you know what video I'm talking about?
In Spain. Yes, Stellium
exactly.
7.
Yeah, that's right.
He takes that apart.
He clearly shows that they're manipulating that mountain.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And he does a really good analysis in depth over several programs. That was, that's interesting.
So, visually they're going to blank it out, right? And then I guess there was a story that Dick Cheney paid to block out his house. So you can't Google map it or whatever. Or I gotta stop using the words, but basically that's what he did. You know, I don't know. And then if you ever look at that system that they have, it's just so you can't really see the North Pole.
No, you can't.
Uh-huh.
Never mind visit it. You can't even see it now.
If you look at the old maps though, there were maps.
Four islands and a river and a rock in the middle.
Yeah, yeah.
And the rivers flowed inward towards the middle, not out.
And it's not just one. There's several maps like that.
Exactly.
And what were they thinking? Were they like all these people from different times and countries all came up with the same map?
No, they were high on scurvy because they didn't have enough lemons or something in their vitamin C, so they were like out there
scurvy,
right? Yeah,
that
exactly.
answers it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I can go.
What's the answer? We need answers. We know all the problems. We just need the answers.
Okay, the answers.
Solutions.
All right. Let's take one breath, and I'll start with a couple. All right. So I'm going to try to do this rationally and slowly. I think the only recourse that we have nowadays, or now in my eyes, is the consensus of the people that can see have to come together, and the people that can see have to agree that the solutions are going to be more or less along the lines of their paperwork. We create our own paperwork, and we make our statement of facts, and we have to have them prove our exhibits to be true or false, and we have to give them a certain amount of time to rebut those questions and make their facts proven. I will accept their systems to the point where if it doesn't harm me and it only benefits us in our long term, then we can agree to it. But the second this stuff becomes destructive in another form, we have the right, again, as it states, to abolish you and change it and make it better. Now, at the point now is what we have to do is get our notices of liability. We have to claim our status to be free, to have our sole possession of our bodies, our entities the Creator gave us to control, these flesh machines or whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
That we have to say, you have to prove all this stuff is safe for us to be using. And until you do, you can't use it on us. And then if you start doing it and deploying this stuff and we find out that it did harm me, here's my dollar amount. And then we're going to take this to court, real court, with my affidavit, with my statements that show I asked you to prove these things. And if you didn't, there's my money right there. I'm not asking to crash the whole system. I'm just going to get what I deserve from you damaging me. And if that comes to actually holding people in jail, then fine.
If you're lucky, though, if you're lucky that comes to that.
Yes, exactly. Start with this paperwork. Start with the process of getting your words out and making your statement and your facts and all that stuff that you find true, and find how they can prove it correct or prove it wrong. And then when they don't do any of that, they're clearly hiding something. And we need to take a step forward with possibly some kind of open public court that is not their system under their jurisdiction, and stop using their paperwork and come together at a point where it's live on the internet. And we all agree one day we go live on the internet, we all stand in front of these buildings, and we just kick them out and we throw them in jail. That's all that needs to happen. That's all that needs to happen. No violence, nothing. That's it.
I don't think they would allow us. I think that we would disappear somehow.
I agree. And I'm at this point, I'd rather be that than alive, being 6 feet apart, wearing 3 masks and gloves. So what's better? You know what I mean?
This is where we need people like AZ Nurse, because she's a nurse. We need lawyers. I'm not a lawyer, but we need the lawyers who know the law. I agree with you with People Court. If there's something out there that they can't prove is not harming us, like chemtrails and water in the fluoride in the water and in the toothpaste and things like that, then it needs to come out. Out. But like I said, we have to be together on this. We have to. For them to be accountable, we have to come together, like you said, give them the notice of
I still
liability.
think the citizen's arrest is still valid, but then who's going to enforce that? Because I've seen in Shasta County where the guy brought the paperwork in and he made a statement that, hey, you sheriff, you work for me, I want you to arrest them. And the cop turned around and stood in front of him and said, you need to stop talking, get the hell out. He's like, I just asked you to arrest these city councilmen.
Yeah, they all work together, though.
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
They're connected. The one hand that watches the other, and we're the ones that.
No, they expect us to follow the laws, but they don't expect that for them to follow the law.
No, they'll never do that because it just shows the class system on who's in control,
who you're not allowed to talk about or make fun of.
Right. Well, that's Voltaire said something like,
"Yeah, that's exactly
find out
Voltaire.
who impresses you by criticizing." or the hand. You know what I mean? I'm terrible at these things.
So I'm the same as well. I could never
As long
remember
as you get
Voltaire.
the gist.
Yeah, I think most people have the gist, but it's getting to the nitty gritty of it and knowing exactly what needs to happen and the terminology and things
Yes.
like that.
Right.
That's what throws people off.
Yep. Well, there are people. I'm letting you know, and I have to do this kind of like carefully, casually. It's not like I'm secretive. There are people that are doing stuff. It's just that they're never going to publicize that it's working, because they want to keep those things that are working under tight wraps so that they keep doing it. Does that make
So
sense?
they don't get shut down. Yeah, I understand.
But
I
then
understand.
the damage is being done, but that's being covered up as well.
Of
But
course.
some people can prove that what they've been trying to do has had some effect. And they can say that, it's funny to say that they did this and these people moved out of their positions. Well, some people could say, well, yeah, maybe they just retired. It was their time. I would say it's probably the paperwork that got them and they decided to leave. But then again, if I said a vaccine caused someone to, have damages and they're like, correlation and causation, blah, blah, blah.
Is a cause.
We experienced something, this happened, and this happened. The result was this. I mean, how much more information can you get or need? But anyway, so the point is that there are people that have this stuff kind of hidden but available. You just have to be willing to do your part to contribute in order to be part of it. Even though I don't agree with being part of a group, we just still need to do this individually, but we need to learn from the leaders that have this knowledge and that can get the people that can get the knowledge together. And then all that. And it's working. People, it's happening. I just don't want to make it public.
Collective. It's a
dangerous,
collective.
though, because they don't want people speaking out. But like Voltaire said, if you want to know who controls you, look at who you're not allowed to criticize.
That's right. Thank you.
Exactly. Yeah.
So that's where I have to leave it.
Just letting you guys, no problem. I was going to say I'm going to wrap up at 9 o'clock, so I'm just letting you know that we're just on the last 7 minutes now.
All right.
Kieran's just joined us back, and I don't know what happened to you, Kieran. I thought you went to bed.
My phone ran out.
Are you okay? Did you have to charge it or something?
Oh yeah. Sorry, I've got a block.
You've got a block?
Yeah, I've got a block, so that's why I sounded weird.
Oh, I see. Are you enjoying the show?
Good.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I hope you're learning something.
Yeah, just listen to us. There's nothing has to be heard.
No. I do believe, the best way of learning is by listening. You can't learn anything by talking all the time. But,
but I mean,
and that's a skill that's lost by children these days. They don't want to listen.
Yeah, but I don't think he's going to understand every single thing. But as long as it's there and he hears it, later on he'll recollect what we were talking about, or a word will pop up, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah." Those are seeds. Those are thought seeds.
Exactly. I do believe, kids are our future, and we need to put the seeds into them, thought seeds, and like I say, it will stand them in good stead in their future life.
And what about talking to them as adults when they're younger, and not teaching them that fake?
I believe that as well. I don't believe in treating kids like, not treating kids like kids. You treat kids like kids, but you don't talk to kids like kids. That's what you're saying.
My question is why do we still lie to them about Santa Claus when we know Christmas isn't about Christ or Santa Claus? It's about
it's about money. Right? Yeah, it's about spending money and how much you have got, and against those how much they haven't got, and yeah.
So then my question is, why do we persist those type of stories, and yet you criticize me for saying that the government's doing all this stuff, and you think that's a boogeyman story? You're telling your child this man brings you gifts down a chimney.
Yeah.
He comes into your house. I'll be scared witless, if someone said to me that a stranger was going to come into, forgetting that he was Father Christmas. If you say that a stranger was going to come in my house, I'll be scared. Never mind if he's bearing gifts, He can keep his gifts, stay outside. I don't want you.
Yeah, that's funny.
You gotta ask questions.
Of course, yeah.
And Voltaire is one of my favorites, and he said to judge a man by his questions, not by his answers. You have to question,
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Well, I don't have any answers, as you can all tell by what I.
You have a lot of questions.
I have a lot of questions.
You have a lot of questions, yeah. Oh dear.
My dad didn't like one of my questions a long time ago. It was just like, why? I would sit around. Why do I have a social security number? That's the way it is. Why do I have to pay these taxes? That's the way it is. No,
That's the
why?
way it is.
Why? Why?
That's a non-answer answer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You're just gonna piss me off, and I'm just gonna keep asking. So now I'm at my age, and I'm still going up to him. I'm doing this process now to GTFO. Okay. Well, you're crazy. No, you pissed me off back then and never gave me a straight answer. So I'm trying to find my answer, and so my process will be mine. You know.
Follow your heart. You gotta follow your heart. You gotta do what you know in your heart that you need to do.
That's right. That's a better description than I got.
I've got one from Voltaire. Common sense is not so common.
Yeah.
It's like a superpower. Yeah.
It's a superpower. Yeah. I've got that in abundance, unfortunately or fortunately.
Yeah. Well, what's happened right now is people that are reasoning wrongly. You know, they're not thinking the right way, and people are not thinking at all. And then the people that are thinking are in trouble for thinking. You know, not allowed to think that.
I don't remember. I don't know how old both of you are, but I do remember my 4th grade, 5th grade years where I felt like that was when my tipping point, when I realized that I wanted to be dumb like everyone else. And I just stopped giving about school. I just stopped caring. So my grades didn't matter anymore. Because I remember being teased for getting good grades in math or having fun trying to do divisions with numbers. And
Wow.
I remember a very particular year, I just stopped doing all that stuff. And then out of high school, it was just let me get out of the school. I don't care what I'm learning, and I don't care to learn anything at that point. I really just wanted out.
Yeah. Your curiosity was killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a point. That was a point. In my day, was if you was a bookworm, you was a nerd, and you know, teacher's pet and all that, and you was made fun of.
Yep.
But I had that all through my life. I had skills. I had drawing skills, and kids would rip up my artwork, and I thought, why are you doing that? And it dawned on me later on in life is because they were jealous because they didn't have those skills.
Yeah.
They didn't have those skills, so they wanted to banish, you know, anything that was creative or, you know, something that they couldn't produce, or, you know, it was just out of jealousy.
I watched my friend Paul draw, and all I could do is say, dude, I wish I could do that. And I would just let him draw. Because how cool is that? I get to see something cool, right? And he's able to do something cool. It just, why that benefits me. You know, and then I was listening to some conversation about rap groups and hip hop. You know, hip hop didn't start because the big corporations did it. It was because the friends hyped their friends up and say, yo, my buddy's this crazy, you got to listen to him. And then they push these rap songs and they push their CDs. And just by word of mouth, that's how things need to be. You know, that's how we need to produce that. And that took me a while to figure out. And it was good for me to listen to that. It was a good example. It's our peers and the people that care about us that'll elevate us and make us do good things.
But
And I don't think
the controlled opposition will get in there and twist it to their. I mean, I read a story about how, you know, for example, the hip hop industry, how they twisted it to be like very violent and gangster in the early 90s, and it was a planned thing to do. We wanted, you know, to make it criminal as another tool against, you know, the family, I guess, and you know, society as a whole.
Well, look at the producers. They weren't other dark dark males. They were white.
Yeah.
J-words.
Yeah.
I mean, look at who started Hollywood and where the American dream came from. That's not from any one of us. That came from another country, imported here. It's crazy. I mean, none of these thoughts are ours. So I'll leave it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole, what you were saying, I know where you were saying where it was come from, but we was going to mention it. Another Voltaire saying is the Holy Roman Empire is neither holy nor Roman nor an empire.
That's great.
And we know what happens to empires anyway, don't we?
Yeah.
Eventually, they all fall.
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that
I
if
think
it's
that's where
when,
we're going.
right? It's not if, it's when.
Yeah, it's not if, it's when.
Yep.
Yeah.
So thank you for having us on. I appreciate it.
No problem. I didn't mind running over a little bit, but I would want to thank everyone that came on, Zed Nurse and Noah and Kieran from my very first live stream. I hope everyone in the chat enjoyed it. Apathy Sucks is a trooper. She stayed there to the end. Heather.
She's awesome. I love that lady.
Yeah, and the media guy came on. I want to thank him, and he's got his own channel.
Thanks,
Uh,
Transparent.
Transparent Media, yeah, thanks. He's got
he's
some truth. Transparent Media Truth is out there on YouTube, so if you want to subscribe to him, I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He's got a lot of
Gotta
information.
look it up because there's so much to learn there.
Yeah,
There's
we.
so much.
I'm on there. I'm on there on a daily. I'm on there on a daily.
He and I have met some incredible people over the last year, and I am gratefully into his debt. He may say he's in my debt, but seriously,
you guys do great work together, and you're doing great.
Again, it's community, isn't it? It's about coming together. It's about bringing people together. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have him. So you know, it's what is needed to gain this groundswell. You know.
yeah,
Absolutely.
very well. I like that. That's
So
good. Term.
yeah. So I appreciate you all for coming today, and hope to see you on the next one.
Well, we'll spread it
All right.
around. We'll all be all over. You know what I mean? We'll go yours, mine, his.
Yeah. Just drop us the link. I'll be there.
Awesome.
Epic. All right.
I want everyone to have a good night then, and I'll just say good night and peace be with everyone. And the truth is out there.
Bye,
I love
guys.
you. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Ooh, I'm still in the show. I'm in the show. I am in the show. Why am I still in the show? I don't know. What? Like dough and bowls. I don't know. Why is it still letting me on this stream? Cool. I like it. Woo, I'm still on the show.